Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup. I am your host, JF. Unfortunately, today we're not going to be able to see, well, we might be able to see Steve at one point. There's something that happened, and then he needs to take care of that, and which is fine. I mean, it's the business, and we have to deal with that, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, we hope that everything goes well for him, and then he's able to be there on our next meetup. So happy to see all of you. I see we have a couple people joining us. There's a new intro that just started, a little bit shorter, so I don't know if that's going to be enough for people to start joining us, but we shall see at that point. I mean, I don't know if you guys were there at B-Side Ottawa last month in November 20th and 21st. No, 21st and 22nd, I think. And we had an actual meetup over there. We met a ton of people, people that are watching us quite often as well, too. So it was very interesting to be able to talk and meet you guys in person too, right? So it's something that we don't get the chance. We don't think it's going to be happen often. So to be able to see, meet people, and be able to have a conversation there about what's important to you or whatnot, and maybe trying to improve our stream too as well. So that was great to be able to collaborate on that stance. So looking forward to be able to get another B-side, because obviously next year we're going to be there again. So stay tuned, and we're going to be talking about that even more. So good. I'm going to take a look if there's anybody here right now. No, okay. Perfect. So there's a couple things I want to talk before we start attacking Wifinetictwo, right? Because there's a version 1 as well too. And it's saying that happy holidays first, right? We're coming directly into a stretch where a lot of people is going to take time off. A lot of people are going to potentially let their guard down, right? So if we think about it and we're defending or whatnot, this is something we need to be very mindful about, because there is a good chance that an attacker could try to take advantage of that. So if you're a defender and right now you're with me and trying to understand exactly what's going on and having fun with it, don't let your guard down at work, and make sure that you remind other people as well, because this is something that you don't want to suffer. You don't want to go through that, because it could be also a shutdown of your organization first, right? And secondly, losing your job at the same time. So that's something that you really want to be paying attention and make sure that you remind your coworkers as well, or even your family about it, right? So those scams about saying, let's say your gift is not going to arrive on time unless you decide to pay this fee for import or whatnot. So just be extremely careful with these things, okay? So otherwise, I wouldn't want to have to talk to you guys and say, yeah, I mean, you should have been paying a little bit more attention, because there's a red flag here, there's a red flag there, there's a red flag there. And what we say about red flags is like anything that could be going against you. Oh, that could be a good thing. I'm just remembering about it. Recently, I got an email from a lawyer saying that my company, Malvik Security, would probably be affected by something that was going on, right? And that's a lawyer in Vancouver. I'm not going to go that much deeper into it, because as I received this, I was concerned about like my company being hit or whatnot, because it seems legit. Then I decided to Google the lawyer. The lawyer is actually legit as well too. And I was like, what the hell is going on with this? And then I started doing a little bit more digging, went on the website, realized that, oh, okay. Well, I mean, like not the website by clicking on the link. I did a search first. What's called, maybe I can show you guys a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to take a break later on, and then I'll try to gather all my stuff, because I'm just thinking about it right now. And then there was basically a website that was there, and I went to urlscan.io to be able to check it out, right? I also ran it against the virus total to make sure that what's called, that website was good. And then since that website was good, there was nothing else. I went on the website to just check it out real quick, right? On the main page with one of my VMs. And yeah, I was like, well, I'm not sure what's going on with this. And then I reached out directly to that person on LinkedIn and realized that that lawyer, or at least the firm that he's working for, are getting scammed. So you got to be extremely careful to not get hit by that, because otherwise that could screw up your like pretty much not everything, but a whole lot of stuff maybe throughout the winter time, especially during Christmas, right? So good. There is also something else. If I move on right now onto a new certification that's happening right now with Hack the Box. I'm going to bring this up in a second over here. There you go. So that's the page, right? That's where we get all the certifications. We have CPTS on Hack the Box. We have CBBH for the Bug Bounty Hunter. We also have the defensive security, which happened at the same time as B-Side last year in 2023. And now we just got, well, this one too. And now we just got a new certification, which is called CAPE, the HTB Certified Active Directory Pen Testing Expert. So that's a very brand new, just out of the shelf. I think I got a little bit of information about it probably last week or 2 weeks ago, but it's fairly new. And that's exactly where, if you want to specialize yourself into Active Directory and then be able to have an actual certification, according to this, that's going to be able to help you out. Some of the prerequisites that you can see here, obviously, I would say that it's probably not for people that are just starting. Do we have anything here? Get exam voucher validation. Where does it say? Target audience. There we go. So we have the senior penetration testers. We have the Windows and Active Directory penetration testers, the red team operators, and so on. So we're not looking at junior people. Not saying that you should not undertake it if you really want to go through that, but obviously your experience may vary at that point. So don't just make sure that if you decide to tackle something like this, that you understand how hard it could be, right? So want to make sure on that front that it's understood here, right? So good. So basically speaking, just have at it, take a look. Can I go directly on the certification? I don't want the information. I want to be able to exam. Oh yeah, there it was. I think that's where it was. No. I was sure I could see all these certs. Maybe I just skipped it by mistake. 23%. Voucher, modules. Yeah, it doesn't say it. For some reason, I thought I could select that. I'm assuming probably under the skill path, maybe. We can check it out. Do we have... Sorry, I'm going a little bit fast over here. Enumeration. No, it's not exactly this. So either way, I don't remember 100% where it was. That's unfortunate, but if there's anything, you should be able to take a specific path or something like that to be able to make sure that you are following exactly what they're recommending, so you can actually do the exam afterwards. And this is the actual certification, or the piece of paper, technically speaking, you would get at the end, right? So that's what's very interesting about it. Let me go check. Can I click here? What do I get there? Exam, categories, exam, Active Directory. I think they changed their stuff a little bit. Okay, so that's all the modules. Yeah, so they changed our website a little bit since last time I looked for this. So if I click on this, maybe the little I for the Active Directory Trust Attack, there we go. So now I can start the module. And then I can go directly in there. I can unlock it. Obviously, I got a couple cubes. And then we can go directly under start. Perfect. So I'm not going to go deeper than this, right? This is the introduction to Active Directory Trust Attacks, but that's something that can be very interesting for a lot of people out here. So yeah, check it out if you have a chance. Good. Perfect. Do I have anything else? No, I think this is it for the stuff I wanted to cover before we attack the machine. Feel free that if you have any questions to drop them directly into to the chat. You can go directly on our Discord server. So if you want to get access there on Discord server, you're brand new, you're just joining in onto our stream, and I should have probably paid attention, see if, oh, there we go. It's not public. I need to put it public. There we go. Let's do save change. So we can make sure that everybody that wants to join, the stream must be scheduled on future dates. No, that's weird. Oh, I guess I need to go change it. Okay, give me a second. I'm just gonna go change it so we make sure that everybody can actually access this video. Because right now it says it's unlisted. And I want to make sure it's public. There we go. Let's put it up public. It's done. Okay, so that should be public. Perfect. So yeah, if you're directly on either YouTube, Twitch, or the likes, you see right now at the bottom where you can join our meetup page. Once you joined, I'm going to have to accept you, right? So if you do it within the next few minutes, it's going to be easy enough for me to go through this. If I get somebody from my team being able to accept it, that'd be great too. But feel free to do that. Once you get this, you're going to get access to the actual. Or maybe I could drop the link here for Discord as well too. So you guys can join in and then be able to chat with me over there or on YouTube or whatever platform you're on right now to make it simple. Okay, so that's good. Let's move on. All right, so the machine we're going to be attacking is called Wifinetictwo. It's a Linux medium machine. So for some of you that are not necessarily super familiar with the technology with Wi-Fi and how it works, that's going to be interesting to be able to tackle this down. As we're moving along, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the defense. So not just the attack, we're going to talk about the defense as well too. So it's going to be a chance for you to be able to experiment that. And again, if you need to get access to that platform, we do offer it for free right now. So just make sure, again, to join the Discord server to be able to get there. And then request access as well to the server, which I will provide to you. And then you're going to be able to move along with us. Okay, good. This machine there, like the way that I do that, or the way I do things normally is I do work with the Pwn box, which is offered by Hack the Box. So if you have a VIP Plus subscription right now, or even a VIP subscription, you should be able to use it. Obviously, the VIP will not allow you to have a whole lot of time. A VIP Plus will allow you about like 7 to 8 hours or so to be able to hack through this. So if you get to travel around Christmas time and you don't bring your computer with you, because obviously it can be hard to be able to bring your computer everywhere, you can just request to get access to a computer and get a browser, and then now you have access directly to a machine like this, and you can hack anything else. You can learn from there, right? So think about that. That's very, very practical in this sense, and you don't need a super big machine. And you can see here ifconfig, for example, and we have our IPs. We have also an IP from the outside. So if I need to go on the internet over here, I can use this. I don't need to use my actual computer to be able to get some information out of it. As you can see, so if I go on, I don't know, google.com, and I have to, for some reason, I want to go to exploits DB. I can remember 100%. So now I can click on it. And if I have to download an actual exploit, it's not going to be directly going on my machine. It's going to go on my virtual machine in the cloud, right? So that's something to really keep in mind. So you can see here, I just hit the download. Click save right away after, and then we're good to go. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind to make sure that you're going to be able to take advantage of this as much as possible. Okay, so our machine, if I just want to take my IP real quick, and then that's going from one place to another. So I'll just put my IP over here to make it simple enough for me to go and take a look at it again later on. I got it on a different page if I need to, so it's not too much of an issue either. Okay, so clear. As usual, when we do some penetration testing, what we're going to go with is basically doing an nmap. Okay, so nmap, we're going to put the IP address, and this way is going to make it as it's not necessarily going to be low noise, but it's going to be a little bit of noise, right? So we're going to be poking around the top 1,000 ports to figure it out if they're open. Once we figured them out, it's much easier now to just say port 22, and then we can go to port 80 in this case, right? So we see a little flag P here. That's basically the port, right? So now when I press enter, it's going to be even faster. Is that much faster right now? No, because we don't have to do much, right? But it's still a second faster. So it doesn't need to throw a bunch of different things to all the other ports around there, just to make it simple as possible. Yeah, for those that are joining us, if you want to tell me the level of expertise you guys have, that might be able to help me out on how basic or how expert I need to bring some of the knowledge out there. That'd be great if you guys can comment on this. So good. So then what we do with this is we have our ports that we just laid out. And now to make it simple as much as possible, we're going to do a SV for versions and also for SC for the most common scripts that's going to be used against those ports. Another way we can do it as well is the capital C here and then press enter. Okay. We're going to be not triggering, but we're going to use all those scripts, all those stuff that's happening for port 80 and port 22 if there's like something specific that Nmap actually knows, right? In this case, it was rather fast, even though we were focusing on 2 ports, but we can see here there's a difference in between the 2. Okay, so keep that in mind if you are to go through this. Okay, if you have, let's say, 20,000 that's a lot. Maybe not 20,000, but let's say 200 ports, and there's lots of script that needs to go through, and there maybe the latency is not as great. It might be a little bit harder to go through that. So I see some people that just joined the Discord server. So if you did, welcome aboard. Just make sure you accept the README first in the other channel. Once you accept that, you're going to be a shell popper, which is going to open up all the other channels below this. Which you don't see right now right away when you join. So good. All right. That's what we have. So now we know we have 2 different ports that we can actually go through. So port 80, port 80 is closed. So it's potentially, that's interesting. Why port 80 would be closed? I'm not too sure. Good question. Let's check it out a little bit, why port 80 would be closed. I'm going to go here. So our IP address, we put it here. Well, I guess it copied the wrong thing. I'll put this one over here. Take a look at that. Control C, and then we're going to do a Control V. Port 80 should be good. So there's nothing here to be done. Oh, am I using the wrong IP? Maybe by mistake I copied the wrong IP. No, this should be good. 2014. Yeah, that should be good. It should be good. So, oh, you know what? Maybe that's something we need to think about. Sometimes we don't have all the ports in there. So we may need to do a little bit more. So the -p- is going to allow us to query even more ports. So you see here, look, we weren't able to query this port because it was not part of the top 1,000 ports. But now we have an HTTP proxy. So it's going through a server at one point on port 8080. So see, you got to be careful on how you actually do your thing. So now let's do the same thing, but instead of port 80, we're going to go on port 8080 and then press enter. I should have maybe just removed port 22 as well, but for now, we can leave it like that. I see even more people. Just make sure you accept the, like under the README first, there is a code of conduct. Just review it and then press on that check mark at the bottom. Then you're going to get access to the server. Okay, so now we're getting a lot more stuff over here, right? So if we take a look over here, just want to bring this back. What do we have? Do we have anything interesting? That's a lot of things we may not need either. The requested URL was not found in the server. If you entered manual, okay, that's a 404 HTTP proxy. So let's give it a try now on our page. Maybe not HTTPS, just in case. It can go there if it needs to afterwards. 8080, press enter. Okay, so now we have something. We have actually a web application which is called Open. Let's bring it back over here. Sorry, I brought it a little bit too high. So now we have something here that's Open PLC. So Open PLC server. What would be Open PLC web server? So we're going to do a Control C here. Going to go on Google and check out exactly what it is. Right? Well, it says exploit right away. Okay, interesting. Open PLC runtime. I don't see runtime as a built-in web server that allows to configure OpenPLC. Okay. What does it say here? The Open Runtime has a built-in web server that allows you to configure OpenPLC and also to upload new program. Micro implementation of the OpenPLC. Yeah, I mean, it seems to, okay, Arduino boards. Okay, so that could be interesting. Another way to be able to find this out would be to go again. We use our tools, right? Our tools are there. Obviously, if you're working onto a government system, you may not be able to do that. So just keep that in mind, right? If you have a classification on specific data that you're not supposed to share, even though, let's say, you're doing pen testing or so on, this is something you need to be extremely careful about. What is open web? Maybe not web server. I should have probably just say. Okay, so see here. So the Open PLC web server is a feature of the Open PLC project, which is on an open source platform for creating program logic controller. So PLC, that's exactly what it is. So that's why, like, we're able to manage this, and it says like Arduino as an example earlier into the other search. So that's another thing that we can think about. Okay, good. Is there anything else? No, there's nothing else. Okay, so is there anything from this website that we're able to collect that seems to be helping us out, right? There's no versions, nothing. So what's the first thing that normally we have to do when we decide to go take a look at that, right? What is one of the first thing we see here right now? There is something. There is a what's called like a credential place where we can enter our username and password, right? I don't see anybody commenting on on this. Yeah, 8080 port. Sorry, I was, I guess, on the wrong one. Yeah, so you were right. Port 8080 was there. I didn't realize that you guys posted this here. Good, good. Even you, Arthur, you also found that. So that's pretty good. Perfect. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to keep in mind, maybe a little music here could be also good. Not too loud. That's maybe too. Good. Let's check for default creds. Yeah, exactly. Default creds. What are default creds? What are we going to look for? How do we do this? Easy enough. I guess we can go here. We already have one. We go on top here. I'm going to say Open PLC default credentials. There we go. So now we have OpenPLC here. The default username and password for OpenPLC are both OpenPLC. Easy enough. That's something we can try. We could, whoops, wrong one. I'll just get rid of this so I don't mix it up. Yeah, I got a couple of tabs, so it's hard sometimes to keep up. Here, if we do, let's say, the admin typical thing, right? Typical way, that's what we would do. But in our case here, we can do the Open PLC and then Open PLC and then press enter. There we go. So now we're in, right? So it was great, Monsieur Saddams, to propose this. That's exactly what we needed to do. If there's nothing that we can do like beyond this, there's other steps that we could have taken, right? So if we just go back here just to give some sort of like having fun and understanding exactly what we're trying to achieve here, because obviously like people credential is going to be available to in some cases, not all the time, but in some other cases we may have to use different tools to be able to get there and get around it. So I'm just going to show you real quick without beating it to death, because obviously this is not the exact way we need to do it. Maybe we can show something. Oh yeah, we can probably do that. That could be good. Okay, so let's do a start burp over here. Let me know if the music is too loud, or if it's not your type, we can try to change it a little bit. All right, so now we have a proxy here, intercept on. We're gonna go here onto burp. So what we were doing here, it's already pre-configured into our phone box. If you're using Kali Linux, you may need to change this a little bit, right? So keep that in mind. You may have to do something like this. So if we go take a look at options, so you can replicate mine just in case you need to at one point. We have proxies here. If I click on it, this is basically the settings that are configured here, right? Okay, so if I do this and I show you at some time for some folks here that are joining us and probably not as experimented as others, we're going to do a net stats and ANO, that's more for Windows. I'm going to press on enter here. And take a look here. We should see port 8080. There we go. So 127. So anything that's locally is going to go directly there. Okay. So now I'm going to go and put it on Foxy Proxy burp, right? So anything's going to go through our server over there, or proxy server, I should say. It's going to get its intercept on. We're going to be good. Let's put this here so we can see both of them acting at the same time, right? So if we do, let's say admin, okay? And we're wondering if it's like, if we need to manipulate or do anything because we don't have the password, right? So we could do a login here, and then now we can see that our web page has been intercepted by Burp Suite, and now we have the chance to be able to go around and then play with it a little bit more, right? So that's something that can be actually done, and could be very interesting for a lot of people that they need to do that. So if we go back here and we would, yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it's not doing it right. Okay, sorry for the music. Yeah, so here we have the open PLC that we could put there, right? And open PLC. We already know when we put admin earlier that it was denied. But if I do open PLC again over here, it's going to work, right? If there's anything else that we would need to change, we could have done there over here. If there's also an SQL map or SQL injection that we could have done, that's something that we could have done as well too in this case, right? So it's another possibility to do that. Okay, so good. So let's do a forward over here. And as I'm doing the forward, it's going to go there. We have a session cookie. Let's do another forward and then bang. We're already in, right? So that's a way to be able to maneuver around. And if we have an SQL injection and so on, we could have probably tried it there. There's another thing too we could have potentially done. If I go back into my history, is it this one? No, it's not this one. It's the login here, right? Where we see the admin. I could have just like taken this and put it to repeater, right? And then now we have that. And as every time I send it, now I have something back, but I'm not losing this page. And I can try to check out if I'm looking for something specific. So if we know there is like open PLC, right? No, sorry. Let's bring this back here. Oh, Control Z. Bad credentials. Okay, so if we're looking for this to see if there is an issue, right? We can put it under search, right? Is there a way to create case sensitive auto scroll to match when the text changes, right? So now we see this. So if I do it again and I press on send, right? So it's going to be a way for us to be able to figure it out if we're getting bad credentials. So if I put anything else over here and I do a send, it's going to do it and bring it back over here. But if I do open PLC and I go back over here, open PLC, whoops, I don't want to press enter like this. Press enter. Now, see, we're getting redirected. So we would have known exactly that would have been an issue. There's other things too that we can explore eventually, but for now, we're going to keep it as simple as that because this is the use case that we have currently with us, okay? So, all right, so what would be our next step over here as we're navigating around, right? There is a bunch of different things. We have a bunch of different menus, and we don't know exactly how we're going to be able to get directly there, right? So that's something that we need to find out in our case, right? So we need to navigate and take a look at that. So we have the dashboard here. We have program over here. We have program here. I guess it doesn't want to cooperate. So sorry for the sound again. Yeah, program. Is it moving? Oh yeah, look, see, I forgot. We need to go and disable this. Otherwise it keeps going to Burp Suite. So now let's just do a enter. And let's go to program. What do we have here? We have a program. Does it say anything? Launch program, update program, remove. What can we do with that program? Okay, I'm not too sure exactly what I can do right now with that program. Maybe we can upload something over here. So like, oh, you need to select the file. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's go back. Slave device. What do we have here? We can add another device. Arduino Uno, discrete. Okay. We have monitoring over here. So what can we monitor? Point, name, type, location, force. Stop, blank program. Okay. Over here, OpenPLC, the hardware, OpenPLC control inputs and outputs through a piece of code called hardware layer, also known as driver. Okay, so drivers. Therefore, to properly handle the inputs and outputs of your board, you must select the appropriate hardware layer for it. The blank hardware layer is the default options of OpenPLC, which provide no support for native inputs and outputs. Okay, so does it say exactly which language hardware layer code? I don't see here. Inputs and outputs hardware. So this, if you're kind of novice and you're not sure again, this is almost the same thing you can decide to take a look at, and you can probably just like copy this and ask ChatGPT to tell you which language is it, right? That's another way to be able to go around that. Can you tell me which language it is? And then we, whoops, sorry, I got a Mac. I'm used to Command V, but this one is, it's not exactly that. Oops. Let's go back here. For some reason, it did not copy the whole thing. Can I just do copy? Okay. Let's go back again. Is there a problem with it? Yeah, there we go. Now we're going to go back at the bottom. The language used in the code you provided is C. Ooh, so that could be interesting, right? So now we know exactly which language of the programmable logic controller is. Okay, so that's a very interesting. Okay, so we have some information over here into this this place. Hopefully it's big enough. Looks like C. Yeah, Arthur, you got it right. That's exactly what it is. That's C, C language. You were right. Perfect. Are you do you program in C normally? Because to me, obviously, I'm not a programmer, so it would have taken me like a couple more minutes. I'm more on the Python side, so C is not too sure. I could have guessed like maybe something slightly different, but I'd be curious to know if it was obvious that was C program over here. Let me know. Yeah, so good. So now we have something over here. What we can go for? Okay, there is something called, and for the most people that are coming here should already know about that. Whoops, not RevShell, but revshells.com. Click on that. And now we have a website where we're going to be able to create our own stuff. Okay, so we don't know exactly. We assume this is probably Linux. So let's just go and verify that we are indeed working with Linux in this case. Okay, so let's do this. Well, I mean, maybe I should ask the question to most people over here. We have a bunch of people. So if I'm wondering what machine this is, what should I do? I mean, like I'm already almost there, but there's a way with the IP address to figure it out which machine. Are we looking for Linux? Are we looking for a Windows machine? Even though we kind of know, a jury know it should be that. It should be helping out big time. So Arthur saying, had to learn it in university, so it was recognizable to me. I do like the way you're using. Perfect. It's good. Yeah, ChatGPT to assess the process. You cannot know everything. It's hard to be able to know everything. And if you're trying to know everything, you're just going to probably go go nuts at one point. And if you're not nuts, I mean, you're quite good at it. So yeah, so do we have any suggestions of what we can do with this IP address to be able to find exactly what we're looking for? Just going to close this one. Don't need it. Do I have any suggestions? I got the IP address. Nmap has a switch for OS detection. Yeah, okay, that's good. If we take a look here, was it telling us if we had... Oh, it's -O. Yeah, right. We can probably use -O. Let's give it a try with this. Whoops, it's the capital... give it a try with the top 1,000 ports. May need to go a little bit deeper than this to find this and add, let's say, port 8080 to the mix. Does it say here? No exact OS matches. So let's put a couple ports. So I guess we have ports 22. We have port 80. It was close, but we'll put it just in case, right? And port 8080. So let's press enter here. Let's see if we are going to be able to get this. Any other options that you guys can think of? I already mentioned it in the past. That's something that could be very good and useful for most people. Here we have no exact OS matches for this host. So now that can be hard. Obviously, again, we know it's OpenPLC. We kind of have some information because we went a little bit deeper. But if we didn't know how we would find this. While I'm waiting for some people to answer, just make sure that if you are new to our meetups, to sign up, I have right now the meetup page that you can go there. And then if you sign up right now, I'm going to be able to accept you. It might take a couple of minutes, but in the meantime, you should be able to get it. And then eventually, what would be also interesting is you join our Discord server, and then we can give you access directly to this machine. So if there's anything at one point and you want to be able to follow along with me or any other folks in the group, that's going to be easy enough for you to be able to achieve this, right? So make sure that you go sign up. All right, so I think I got to beat Elite. Says you could do the SV or maybe the SSH version would elude the OS. Well, yeah, we did that a little bit earlier, but let's do that again as a learning SV. Okay, so for versioning, that's basically what we're trying to do. Maybe I could have left the -O in there. We did the SC as well. Yeah, hey, it's great to see you, and I guess you're not staying here long to beat Elite. You're just like dropping by and leaving. I know you're coming often, so it's very appreciated. And happy holidays to everyone. Okay, so let's go take a look. It says, okay, so here it says Linux. Okay, so that's another way to do it. But it's making a lot of noise, right? Do we have another options? I'm not saying nmap directly. I'm saying other stuff. But whoever said for this, I think it was to beat Elite. We have here. Says this. I think someone else says as well. Did someone else do? Well, there was the dash show for Masseuse. You could use. There we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. So TTL, we're using this with ping. I don't have the IP directly with me, but yes, we're using TTL. So this one, you're not going to create a whole lot of traffic, right? I press enter and then I just let it go. We're going to take a look at this, right? So now, there we go. So I may not have to teach more. And then this, we got Thunderstruck being able to help out over here, right? So like, take a look at that. That's exactly what I was looking for. So if you do a ping and you're looking for Linux or Unix, 64 should be your TTL. If you have 100, well, I would say 124, maybe a bit more, maybe up to 128. It may vary a little bit, right? So even for Linux, it might vary a little bit. So now we have 63 over here for this one. That should be a Linux machine. So if you're trying to figure that out, it's possible. It's not fail-proof, right? Because they can throw you off if they wanted to. They could put a different TTL or put a TTL of a Linux machine onto Windows, and it could throw you off at that point, right? So just be open-minded, but that could be a good indicator, right? So that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, Thunderstruck, and everybody that answered those questions. This is great. This is great. Perfect. Good. So let's go back to our machine. So since now we know it's going to be a Linux machine, I got somebody else. Yeah. Okay. So if you just joined the our server right now, our Discord server, just make sure you go into the README channel and accept the terms. There's like a green box at the bottom. Just click on that and make sure that you accept it so you can see everything else afterwards, right? Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see them. And then once you do that, you're going to be able to get access to everything else afterwards. And if you have to request access to the server, again, server are for free. So you just make sure that you join us, request access. I'll give you access directly on Hack-the-Box enterprise platform. So if you never registered there, you're going to have to register onto a specific what's called a specific email, right? If you have the same one from the actual platform that you have, let's say a VIP, well, maybe you have a free version right now, you can tag them along, right? With the Hack-the-Box SSO, the single sign-on. I think that's what, yeah, the single sign-on is basically you can sign on onto one pair of credentials, and you're going to get access to the Academy, the Enterprise, the CTF platform, and all that stuff. So it's basically linking them all together. So if you do this on the Enterprise platform, it will link your free version as well too. So it's a good chance to be able to learn for free at the same time. I mean, your time is not free, but it's very, very appreciated to have you over here. Here I see, is this number by design, or people just notice that when they ping different OSs, they got different values? I think it's by design, if I can recall here. TTL, Windows and Linux. Can we get something here? And you know what? I'm just going to copy it. Let's see what we get here. So the common default TTL value are 64 Linux and 128 for Windows system, up to 255. Oh, 255 network system likes routers. There we go. I guess that was fairly close, or that was pretty much what Thunderstruck was telling us. So it seems to be by design. Well, you know what? Let's ask ChatGPT a little bit more here. Is it by design? The behavior you are describing different, let's go back here. Differences in handling TTL. I should probably make this a little bit bigger for you. Or other aspects between Windows and Linux could indeed be by design, depending on the context in which TTL is being discussed. In networking, TTL is often used. Well, I mean, like that's okay. It's explaining the same thing. So I guess it's pretty much by design. They've been like that. By design, the operating system often choose a default TTL value when sending out packets, for example. Yeah, the difference is largely by designs. Always take that with a grain of salt. But obviously, right now it seems that well, that's another AI, I guess. we asked Gemini and we asked ChatGPT to figure it out. Good thing is they gave us twice the same answer. So I guess that's a good thing. Does it say anything here? Open PLC. That's interesting that we are redirected to something like this. Okay. Well, either way, let's go back there. But that was a great question. Here's some additional information with TTL chart. I see David T over here that posted something. I'm not sure. I don't see it right now. Let me see. Can I see the chats from a different angle? Hold on. So I'm not able to see if you sent a chat there. I'm not able to see it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that chat either. So, okay, I guess we have to wait a little bit. We have to wait a little bit. So David T, whenever you have a chance, just make sure that you share with us. And it'd be great to take a look at it, because it's always good to be able to see other stuff. Okay, good. Perfect. So let's move on from this over here right now. We're going to go back here. So now we did remind Rickley with, I think it was Arthur. Yeah, Arthur, you were saying it was C. Sorry, I'm going to take a look. Yeah. So Arthur, you were saying that it looked like it's a C code. That's exactly what ChatGPT also told us. So one of the things that we need to do is we're going to go here under our reverse shell, which is free for everyone. You can also, like, if you are running your own system or your own Kali machine, you could also get this, right? So you can produce that onto your machine, and then you could just do the same thing again. Or if you want to run it differently, it's up to you. Now we know it's Linux machine, so we can try to dim it down a little bit more to make it easier. Yeah, that's possible that it has filtered out the link. The chart is in the link. Yeah, well, we don't see the, unfortunately, like right now on YouTube and everything, this is all we see, David, unfortunately. So I think Arthur is probably right on this. Good. So now we're going to go back to C. We have C over here, right? What is our IP over here? No, that's this one. That's not the one I'm looking for. There it is. So this is my IP address. So 10.10.15.44. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to put it here, right? Control V. So now if you can take a look at it, it did change over here. If I do a change into the port and we go with what most people do normally, it's port 4444. This is exactly what it would do and would also tell you the listener, right? So it's easy enough. If you hit copy, for example, over here, and we come back here, I'm just going to clear this up to make it a little bit easier to take a look at it. Now we're listening on port 444, 4444. There we go. There's a couple 4. I'm just going to move it on the side over here so we can easily come back to it. And maybe since we're just listening, we're going to put it here. So if we see something there happening, we're going to be able to catch it at the same time. All right, there we go. So now we have a C, we have this. So what we can do, we could probably take all the modules, or I can't remember exactly how they call that, and then just come back here, and we're gonna go here, put it on top, because this is where, even in Python, this is where all the stuff's gonna be happening, right? We're gonna put all that stuff on top to make sure we call them before anything happened. And then after that, we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna take a look at what we have here. So we have a the int. Sorry, I apologize. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like a kind of a function. If we want to call it this way, I guess it's probably better for me to start at the bottom over here. And then let's go like this. I'm going to do a Control C, okay, to copy just that text. Because whenever I'm going to go over here, I'm going to go back at the bottom there, and I'm going to change all that code onto the update custom out. Right? And then I can do that. So it's a way to be able to do this and then save it there. Okay. Another thing too that we could have taken a look at, if there's like any exploits, maybe that's another thing too. I'm going to do hit save for now. So it seems to be doing most of the stuff. Good. Okay. So now it's there. So if I do start PLC, okay, it should be working. There we go. See? As I was clicking over here, it went there. However, the issue now that we're facing, it's hung up, right? You can see that little thing here. It's hung up. It's not going to do anything else. So we're kind of stuck in this location where if I do, let's say, can I do who am I? I'm root. If I do host name, Atika. Okay, so it looks like it's potentially not even the system that we're actually like looking for 100%, right? So it's possible that's going to be a little bit different. So if you give me a second, we're going to have to check a couple things over here to try to figure it out if there's something in there that could be interesting. So if I do it for now, I guess, you know what? I think I want to check first before we go a little bit further. I want to check other options. If this one, like right now, we figured it out quite fast. But if let's say, for example, there was open PLC exploit, do we have anything? We have a 21 open PLC. Oh, sorry, web server v3. Did we found if it was v3? No. Huh? So we have here, that's the CVE. This is how it's done. Pip3 install requests. So it is possible. Okay, let's go take a look real quick. Can see here if it was actually doing what we were going to do or what we actually just did over here, right? So that could have been another thing too, to figure it out if there's like an actual way to be able to exploit this. Session. The way I just demonstrated, it was super easy. We figured out that it was a code, like a C code, and just putting information in there, it's working fine. It's the same thing. Let's say you have, it's been a long time. I need to do that again. You know, WordPress, to me, when I see WordPress, I love it. I love that. So if you're able to get access to this, and then after that, you're trying to figure it out to get access, like a way to get access to the web server. I mean, it's so fun to be able to do them. And as once you get access to one of those pages, like the templates or something similar to this, you're going to put your PHP code. You know it's PHP, right? So makes it a little bit easier to do that. You're going to look for your PHP monkey. How do you call that? PHP monkey, reverse shell, something like that. No, hold on. I know now. I'm trying to figure it out. Reverse shell monkey. What's his name again? Pentest monkey. There we go. Yeah. So if you're looking for a good shell, this is one of the best one you can get for with PHP. Either way, it's me going a little bit sidetrack over here. Pentest monkey. Yep. There you go. Thank you, Masseuse. Because sometimes it's hard to remember all those things. Yeah. So let's go. Let's get going over here. Gonna close. No, not close this one. Okay. So was there anything else that it was telling us over here that could have been interesting? PLC web server. So target, uname, password, hell host, local host, and then the local port. So I guess it's to do the reverse shell. For some reason, I didn't see the code. I see this here that does the bin bash, all of this, but it all depending if the actual system does it. Like, do we have? We probably have bash. Yeah, probably have bin bash on this one. So let's do a Python 3. I think it's code or C, and then import pty dot spawn, and then we're gonna put bin bash. We'll see if it works or not. All right. That should be good, I think. Good, perfect. So they have bash over there. So I guess this one probably would have worked, depending on what it is. It does the TCP, I'll host, and all that stuff. So it does the reverse shell directly from the internal as soon as I get there. Trying to start something like a process. Maybe it's a little bit different. Oh no, I compile the program. Stop PLC, start PLC, restore custom hardware. Yeah. No, that's what it does. It does it does write like the program. As far as I can tell you. We got other variables there, and then does this. Okay, good. It was pretty much the same thing. So okay, good. Let's move on. But that's something that we could have done, right? To be able to go take a look if there's like any exploits that could have simplified the whole thing. But in our case, it was just easy to use our reverse shell over here. Just copy this part into one place and then put the other part into what's called into the argument. I'm going to call it the function, right? I think it's probably a function how they call that. So. And correct me, please, in chat if you know I'm wrong. Please tell me exactly what would be basically like. Is it a function? Can't remember. I forgot. Good. Okay, so let's move on for now until somebody answer the questions. I'm looking for the main function. So it's you call that a function then? Okay. Perfect. Good. So now what we can do from here, right? We have this shell. The only thing is, like, you can see it's bad. Okay. So if I press this, right, and we go back, if I press the arrows, it doesn't work. So one way to be able to go around this and make it work for you, right, is you press Control Z, which is going to put it in background, right? And now we're going to put or enter the STTY raw echo, and then FG for foreground, if I can recall it right. I'm quite sure that's what it is. So I'm going to press enter. Okay, good. And then press another time, enter. Now, are we able to do? No. Did I do it wrong? Oh, that's interesting. I may have done it wrong. Okay, let's give it a try again. It's possible that I did it. Yeah. I guess it got all screwed up. Did I screw up something? Maybe. Oh, I put X. Oh, I forgot the dash. That's what it is. I forgot the dash. So okay, let's give it a try real quick. Yeah, there you go. Masseuse Adams, you're completely right. I forgot the dash. Let's close this. Close terminal. There we go. Let's open this back up. When you do it live, sometimes, oh, there you go. See? No, that's not the one I want. Sorry, my chat just went nuts. So Masusa Dams, there we go. That's the whole thing. So that's exactly what I want to enter. And then I just made a mistake there. So let's go take a look if we're able to go back over here. So let's do an open PLC, open PLC, press enter. Or not gonna, well, I guess we could have saved it, but it doesn't matter too much. It's listening. Let's do it to start PLC. Now we have this back again. So Python 3, C, yes, import pty dot spawn, and then there you go. Bin bash, perfect, and then press enter. So now we do Control Z. Then we're going to do what we got from Asus, the stty raw dash echo, and then FG. There we go. Am I copying it right? The content of my, oh, okay, you didn't see it? Okay, I'll show you in a second. Give me a second. And then press enter. And then now, see, I can come back. I can work with my stuff. LS. And then I can come back up and do this. It's not exactly good 100%. So we're going to do export term equal x term. Press enter. There we go. So now we're gonna get pretty much everything to work the way it's supposed to be advertised. Yeah. Okay. So how can I do that? If I'm here, maybe I can kill it again. So you see at the bottom, very bottom, there is something. There is like the last function. There's no main function. All right. So if we go take a look, we have here. So I'm looking for not this function, right? But similar to this, a function that's going to be like that, but it's going to be at the bottom and it's going to say like a custom something. Yeah. So this is the part that you're talking about, right? So I just copied this. I copied from here. I copied from the bottom because it's a little bit easier to get the space at the bottom here, right? That's all I copied. And then the last one at the bottom, you're going to see custom, and that's exactly where you can put it. Maybe I can do it again. Once more. I'm gonna get good practice there. I'm gonna remove your comment there. You want me to show it to you again, Arthur, or you're good? If you want me to show it, I'll do it right now. I'll do one last time. Go a little bit slower though. Just wondering the location of the hardware page. Oh, the hardware page. Well, it was hardware, isn't it? Okay, let's kill this for a second. Let's do one last time. Okay. I want to make sure I can hit your question correctly. Yes. I'll do it right now. Open PLC and then open PLC. That's fine. Don't worry. We're here to be able to learn together. Okay, did it crash? Okay, I'm not using it. Okay, let's do it. Open PLC, open PLC. Okay. I guess I crashed it. oh no. Oh, maybe it's just like still here. Let's take a look. AUX. Maybe it's still like hung up somewhere in here. We need to kill it. That happens sometimes there. It's not like there's one or two. Terminal. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's probably like those ones over here. PID for some reason I don't. Yeah, that's PID there. Okay. Let's kill those ones. So that's probably the reason why. Kill 159093. Yeah, I don't think it's intercepted in burp. I think, oops, I think it's right here. It's just like hung up because what I've done was exactly this, right? Oh, I killed my own shell. PSAUX at the bottom. So it's probably this one here instead. Kill this. Okay. Kill. I thought I copied it, but I guess I did not register that to 8. And now we're going to kill also 16788. Enter. Okay. Let's give it a try now. Okay, let's do it. Oh, there we go. Was I able to get through? I'm having a little issue right now. Hardware. Okay, let's go back to the beginning instead. Enter. Might have to SSHD, root. I don't think these ones are part of that. Maybe the server is hung up. I don't think it's intercepted in burp. We do here. And whoop. Here, see it's disabled. So I'm assuming it's probably just like having issues. So you know what? I'll just do this. I'll do a copy and we're just going to flush completely Mozilla, just in case it's Mozilla also that has some sort of an issue. This is quite possible it's the actual server the problem right now. And if that's the case, no big deal. The great thing about Hack the Box is we can do it again. Okay, so let me just do a quick restart of the machine because it seems that we have a problem with this one, which is not too much of a problem. And in the meantime, if you have any questions, just make sure you drop them in the chats. Maybe I can also talk about some other stuff and then get ready. Oh, I guess we could also do a one VIP plus. I guess we can go for a question and then try to get one member here from the audience to be able to get a 1 month free VIP plus, basically from Hack the Box. That could be something that could be interesting. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. While this one is actually going through its whole things, we're going to leave it there for now. Maybe I should bring it down so I'm going to see it a little bit easier whenever it's back up. Okay, so a question I could ask. I asked a bunch of questions earlier. So which one could work best? Which one could work best to be able to make it happen? Okay, so it's throwing me off a little bit. Which question I could ask? Go back to comments over here. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so I guess there we go. Okay, so a little bit earlier, I went on a. Okay, so I'm gonna lay down the rules. That's probably what I should do right now before I decide to ask that question. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, I mean, like I think most people are on YouTube right now, so just make sure you head there. I can probably just drop down that in the link, especially if you're on Twitch or something like that. That could be a little bit better. But obviously, like if you stay on Twitch, you should be fine as well if you put your comment there. It's just to say that from my comments here on my chat, this is the first one that's going to be telling me the actual answer, right? If I see it directly on Discord, right? Because there's also a Wifinetictwo channel that you can go there and then answer. So if you go there as well, whoever answer me is the first one that I'm going to award this to, right? So just keep that in mind. And the only way to be able to get it is after or while we're actually like talking or something like that throughout the stream, just make sure you head to the Discord server and then reach out to me. I'm Malvik. You can see here at the bottom left, this left right there, right? It says Malvik, right? There's only one Malvik on that server. I'm the only admin that's there. Just make sure that you reach out to me, and then we can talk a little bit further down to make sure that you get your price in this case. Okay, so that's good. All right, so you guys are all good to go, because I'm quite sure that's going to be quite fast. Okay, so my question is, there is an actual website.com I went to a little bit earlier that helped me out to figure exactly the reverse shell I needed. What is the name of the website? Give me no. The actual name of the website that helped me out to be able to do the C code, like the reverse shell. C reverse shell. Are we gonna get one person? There we go. 1 month free VIP plus. I'll say again the question. Okay, so there is a website a little bit earlier. Right now it doesn't show right on like, if you take a look there, I gotta go the reverse. So if you take a look directly over there, like a little bit earlier, I had a bunch of different websites that was on the tabs right over here. And there we go. Okay, so that's exactly why did it go? That's exactly the answer I was looking for. Rev shells. I mean, like, it's brutal. It's very close, but that's exactly the one I was looking for. So Thunderstruck, make sure that I think you're already on Discord, right? So make sure that you reach out to me on Discord. Let me know that it's you over there, and then I will send you the code a little bit later on. Okay, I'm not going to do it right now because there's too much going on, but don't worry, I'm going to send it to you eventually. Either today or tomorrow, right? Okay, good, perfect. So ref shell, if I show it again, I think the machine is already started, so we're going to be able to go back there. So refshells.com, that's the website I was looking for. Okay, so the website that's what's his name? We have reverse shell generator. Juan Jose, you were pretty much there as well too. I was talking about, not exactly there, but very, very close. And then there was also the oops, no, you already got a membership. Okay, I see. So I don't know why those things didn't show up all at once. So good. Good. All right. So that's the one here I was talking about. We got 44444. We got the C that we talked about over here. There we go. So that's the stuff I was talking here. Are we able to get to the page now? And that's the question I'm going to ask myself. It's not the same IP either, right? So it's a different one. So we're going to make sure we delete this one, and I'm not going to go there again anymore. Okay, perfect. So here, enter, open PLC. Open PLC. We already established this because it's the default credentials. I went to hardware. Okay, and that's exactly where I went. Head smaller. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Because it's going to be hard for you guys to figure this out. You guys are there to keep me in check, which is good. Perfect. I like that. Let's bring this down a little bit more. Perfect. So we already copied this text. Okay. I already showed it a little bit earlier. Put it on top. Okay. So that's where we put it. All the text, all those things are going on top. Then anything that we have that's going to be in between the curly bracket, this is what I'm going to copy, right? So we see here the int main void, right? This is exactly what I'm going to copy. And I'm going to go at the very bottom over here, where is the void update customs out. I'm just going to take it all, right? Basically, like if I was erasing the whole thing and just pasting everything I just copied. The good thing about Rev Shell, again, the port is already here and my IP is already here. So I don't need to play too much around with it. So now all we need to do is I'm going to make it a little bit smaller over here. And then we're going to go back here on parrots. Easy enough. If you're not sure exactly what command you need to be able to listen to, it's right there, right? LVNP. So listen, here's verbose. Here, the N, I think it's do not look for the DNS. Just like go there basically. And then P for port 4444. I'm going to paste this here and then press enter. Let's go take a look here. So we've done that. We got to take a look at it. Press save. Okay. As I'm pressing save, this goes directly on the compiling program, right? I didn't do anything else. And now we're going to click on go to dashboard. We have status here stopped, and then we can start the PLC in this case. We have something that's listening. We press enter, and then now we're going directly here. So are you good with that, Arthur? You got it? I'll keep going. Import pty pty.spawn and we're gonna go with bin bash and then close this. Press enter. Okay, good, perfect, good. Happy that you were able to get it done, because the goal is to be able to make sure that you guys are able to follow along with me, and we can learn all together. Okay, so now I did this. The other part that I was talking about is I'm going to do a Control Z, right? It's going to put it in the background. Then stty raw dash echo, which is what the mistake I've done earlier that screwed up a little bit all my stuff. And I'm going to press enter and then another time enter. Now I should be able to do everything, then come back and all that stuff. Otherwise, you're not able to go back. You have to erase every time. And if you're trying to do certain functions, it's not going to work at its best, right? So that's going to be much more of an issue. Okay, so we're good to go over here. PWD, LSLA, we check where we are at. One of the common thing that we should do as soon as we get over a machine is to take a look if there's anything that could be interesting in those files, right? So the web server could be very interesting because it could potentially have the full credentials, right? So we're gonna go take a look at it. Host port 8080. Okay. Do we have any credentials? Because I mean, we didn't see any database. Oh, there is a database. There's yeah, we didn't see any database, but now I just saw one to connect to it. Are we going to see anything? It's quite thick, right? So now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cat, and we could just probably do a grep password potentially. Are we going to get, oh, my password is here. That's a flash. I guess that's something we can probably copy over here. Let's move this one a little bit there. I'm just going to copy it there. I don't think it's anything. User password, that's the ID, and then the name, value, ID, type, password. Do we have anything else that could be interesting? See here the SQL. So for those that are not sure exactly how an SQL injection works, I mean, like, that's basically what it is, right? And SQL is here, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to get inside the code somehow here, depending on how it's done, and then we're trying to alter this, right, to be able to do it whatever we want. That's something that eventually we're going to talk a little bit more about it. So a bonus question I can probably ask is, or somebody I was talking to recently, and there's a question that was asked. How do you defend against SQL injection? So it might be hard for some people to know exactly what it is, right? Especially when you're trying to learn. But when you have a teacher that tells you to be able to defend yourself against an SQL injection is done through, and this is not a joke, right? If you want to defend against SQL injections, you need a GPO in place, a group policy object. Losing my mind. How is it possible that you think that an SQL injection is going to be prevented by a GPO? You have to think about it, right? A GPO might just restrict any access to the database for some reason, depending on how it's configured, right? It's going to restrict the access potentially of the application, but the application needs access to the database, right? So if this is something that's there, if you want to defend against an SQL injection, you put something else in front of it. Does anybody knows exactly what you should put in front of it? Not a GPO. A GPO will restrain certain access, but it's to try to prevent against access, unauthorized access, right? But now we're considering that an application should have access to the database. Are we going to take it off? Are we going to remove access to a database? No. If you remove access to the database, well, the application to the database, you're basically just shutting down your company. That's basically what you're trying to do. So if you sell stuff on, let's say, let's call again. I forgot the name of it. It's in Ottawa. Not Salesforce. What's the other one? I got stock on them. Give me a second. I'm going to take a look at it. You guys are probably not going to see it right away, but I'm going to check my stocks real quick. Shopify. There you go. That's the one I was looking for. So if you have Shopify or whatnot, like anything else, and then you're trying to prevent the database to be able to be accessible from the web application, that's going to be an issue. So, okay, good. It looks like nobody has the answer. Does anybody has the answer for that one? Okay, I'll give it a little bit more time. You guys, I mean, like, I guess there's people that might use ChatGPT. Okay. All right, so it seems that we don't have anything here really interesting. So let's do another LSLA. I'll give you a couple of minutes and then I'll answer that question I was asking. DNP, I'm not sure what that is. Let's do a cat over here. Is there anything else? Because keep in mind, the only thing I can think of is using a stored procedures. Yeah, I can say the question again. So I was just talking about the fact that if I can find one again real quick, right? Well, I guess that's one. That's not exactly the one we're the most used to. Let me see if I can find another one real quick. If I don't, that's fine. Okay, there we go. So now let's say this. Okay, we have a database. Okay, can I put my, hold on, I might be able to put my iPad on that. Hold on. That could be cool. I can draw it at the same time. And you guys could see it directly being drawn, and it's going to take my face, right, in place. But I mean, it's not too much of a deal. Give me a second. So basically what you see there, it's a query, right? We're looking for the username, and then we're also looking for the user ID to be filled up over there. So that's very good. That's something that's normally most applications going to use, especially let's say Spotify or something like that. Hold on, I'm going to keep my pencil. Okay, is this one's going to work? I'm doing a live test right now, so I guess we shall see how it goes. Yep. Is it going to work? I guess I need to log in first. Okay, so now let's put that plug in. Can I, let's see. Are we gonna get it? Ah, there we go. I think we're getting it. Perfect. Hopefully you don't, I'm gonna put myself. See, you're gonna see a bunch of different notifications. So I'm just gonna put myself on do not disturb. That's gonna be much easier. There we go. Perfect. Okay, good. So now my face is there. I'm gonna make myself a bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so that's my iPad right now that you're seeing, and we're gonna make a demonstration, right? So we saw the select that we're talking about, right? So when we say that we have, let's say, a database, it's gonna be here, for example, a DB, okay, and we have an application that's there, right? Let's say we have a bunch of people that are here, right? These people, they're not supposed to get access there, right? They're not supposed to go there at all. They're not. So there's no reason why it should go there. And an actual GPO, depending on what kind of database it is, right? So obviously just take that with a grain of salt. If we consider that it could be, let's say, Microsoft database, potentially we could go up to there. This is the goal, right? To not allow, it looks bad. It's to make sure that those people are not going to get access directly to the actual database, right? So we really want to take this off. However, the application here should have access. So there's a username that's attached to it. So, right? Name, there we go. So there's a username that's attached to it. There's like GPOs that's attached to it. It's fine. It's supposed to go through, right? But when we talk about the fact that we have, let's say, the internet, right? Internet, I need to learn to write, whatever. So when we have the internet that's trying to search for, let's say, for example, a pen right now, what do? They send an actual request to the application. The application needs to go directly like over here and then goes over there, right? So there's like flow of information that has to go through, and it needs to go there. If we have a GPO that's right here, right, on the right side, if we have a GPO that's right there and it's trying to remove the user from being able to do that, which is for the web application, we have nothing here, right? So this is just going to break everything in this case, especially with a GPO. So now what we need to do, or we need to think about, if you erase this, because obviously that's going to be a little bit tougher to do everything else, right? Now what we need to do, if we want to be able to get that pen, but we want to make sure that we're not going to see anything that's going to be like 0, or maybe not exactly 0, but let's say, yeah, 0, I guess. 0 apostrophe could be or 1 equal 1 dash dash, right? So that's something that also we could see for dash, yeah, dash dash dash, something like that. Okay, so there's 3 dash in there. So that could be a good way to be able to get access to a username or something like that, like you saw earlier, username and password. You can try to go around that. We could also write admin over here, right? So that's something we don't want this to go through the web application. If we decide that we go a little bit differently, right? And now instead of this, we go, let's say 0 apostrophe, and we decide to say, I don't know, like it could be select star. I'm going to erase the other part over here because otherwise it's going to be in the way, right? Okay. So select star from user. Do you guys see the issue with this? Right? You see the issue where we're having a problem right now, where if we are able to get this to go across the web application, right? It's going to go there and then go to the DB. This username is supposed to have access to DB. We could do some of the stuff that Juan Jose just enumerated here, which is not wrong in a sense. We could do a server-side validation potentially on how the actual query goes. We could try to do some stuff on the web application here to try to sanitize some of the bad stuff that are being pushed over here. But ultimately, the application here can be overwhelmed with everything, right? The database on the right side can be also overwhelmed with everything. So what we need to think and accomplish at the end, if, there we go, let's get the big one. So if we want to be able to avoid all of that to happen, right? Some people might think that, yes, we're going to use something like, I don't want to go there because right now I'm going to give the answer. But you guys understand? Is there anything that's, is there anything that I could add right now? Because I'm almost at the answer right at this point. But you guys understand where I'm going in this case? If we're thinking that the database is going to be an issue, if we think that the application is going to be an issue, if we do some sanitization, because obviously those database, those things are going to use a lot of raw power. They need something else. Are we getting it? No, that's a tough one, I think, for most people. That's something that's, unless you're like maybe an analyst or you've done architecturing, like security architectures, might be hard. So, okay, I'll give the answer. I think this is great to learn for most people. GPO, good for something else, but not for this use case at all, right? So here I said earlier, we have the, okay, why are you doing this to me? I don't want to write. Okay, so right now, as we're going there, we need, let's say, 2 different machines in general, right? So let's say we're going to do this and that. And just a little bit below, we're going to talk about the fact that we have the internet. Or you know what? It's going to be easier. I'm going to prove you that I cannot draw. Here we go. It's you with your hair. There we go. There's a little bit of wind there. So you make a request to be able to get your pen, right? It has to go through basically a firewall. Firewall. Okay. Within the firewall, what do we have? A lot of times, we're going to have here, just like on the side, an IDS, so detection, prevention, or sorry. And we're going to get something else, an IPS. Okay, so this guy here, the IDS, will detect, will not prevent anything. And I guess you probably guessed the other one here. It will prevent some of the attacks that will go through a firewall. Not all of them, right? So we're still having an issue here with this application because IDS and IPS are good for certain things, but they're not going to be good exactly for everything that we're looking for. So in our case right now, we need a WAF. And that was my answer, or the answer I was looking for. A web application firewall made exactly for the type of SQL injection I was actually demonstrating a little bit earlier, right? So when we talk about this is exactly what we want to prevent. Is something that's going to be preventing from this query that's legit and supposed to be happening to happen, right? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Does it make more sense? Let me show you again that incredible drawing I was showing you here, right? So that's the customer journey. Starts here, right? And then keeps moving up, keep moving up to the web application, and then goes there to database. That whole thing, that whole journey for you to enter into the search bar, the word pen, right? Needs to work flawlessly as fast as possible, especially if you're a defender, right? What is what is database, Oracle or Microsoft or MySQL? Well, I mean, like it depends exactly on your case, but your firewall should have the signature specific, like firewall. Sorry, your web application firewall should have the exact signature made for this, right? So it's going to prevent against some of those attacks. If you are dealing with Oracle, make sure that you have the proper signatures according to what you need, right? Are you going to get everything to go through? No, right? No, because if you find specific signatures that could attack your database, they should not go through. However, you got to be mindful that if you have lots of different queries, you may want to figure it out a way to be able to remove the load on your web application firewall or firewall. So if there's specific attacks that are not going to touch you at all, they're not meant for your database or whatnot, depending on what the case may be, right? Again, you have to verify that. You may want to try to tune it a little bit more to make it better. So your firewall is going to be able to prevent any type of attacks that is specifically for your use case, for your database that you're preventing, right? I see here, can we use APIs? APIs are good, but there's also issues with it. You can also break them, right? So that's another thing that you have to be careful with this. So since I'm not a programmer 100%, so I don't want to go too much in depth with APIs, but I know when I talk to some of the people that I deal with, sometimes APIs are great for certain things, and then they can be also an avenue for people to be able to take advantage of your system. So I'm not saying you should not use it at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying just be careful with that. Use it properly. Good. You're welcome, Natasha. Good. We have lots of people. So I just want to make sure that people are still aware that if you want to join us right now, maybe I should change my little thing here. Auto. Good. Perfect. I'll move that iPad a little bit away so it's not in the way. And if I need to demonstrate something else, I'll be able to do it. Yeah. So if you want to join us, just make sure that you take a look at the what's it called again? The URL at the bottom of the page right now, it's in green. You see there, like scrolling. Just like join that page. It's our Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup. We do that on every last Thursday of the month, and that's going to be something that could be very interesting. And then be able to have you around with us. That'd be great. It's not limited to Ottawa only. I would say that even though we call ourselves Ottawa Meetup, we're going well beyond that at that point. So I've seen people from UK. There's one from Israel. That's with us. There's people from the US as well too, currently I know with us. So this is great. I really do appreciate all you guys being here. And I hope that you're learning at least a thing or two about what's going on. Feel free to drop your questions into the comments section. And as soon as I see them, I'll try to answer them as fast as possible. If I don't get to you, make sure that you ask me again. I apologize if I skip your question. All right, so let's keep going with this because obviously I want to be mindful about your time. If people want to stick around a little bit later on, we can check to maybe do something else afterwards. We have 3 machines right now that are at your disposal for free. So I see D here. I see your question here. Yeah, I ended up becoming a programmer, but I still wish I got into security side as well. I remember Hack the Box before I became an IT major. So yeah, Hack the Box is great. There is other platforms as well. You have like Try Hack Me. I mean, even though I'm doing a Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup and drive around all Hack the Box, I'm not an Hack the Box employee, right? Do I have my logo right here? No, I don't. Malvik Security, that's my company. So malviksecurity.com, that's exactly where I do provide cybersecurity. Well, my team and I provide cybersecurity training and ethical hacking training. So feel free to reach out directly on the website. Maybe I can show it to you real quick. It's easy enough that you can join in. And we have courses coming up very soon that could be very interesting for most of you. Security.com. So this is my company. Right? You can even see that's my face at the bottom right here. There you go. So shameless plug. There we go. So that's great. We have people joining in. Okay, I see. Good. Perfect. Sorry, I'm just looking, making sure I'm not missing any messages. Good. Yeah. So there is other platforms that can be good as well, depend on what you're looking for, actually, right? So this is something that if you want to, we can talk about a bit more. But there is a lot of stuff. Oh, David, you're from Cayman Islands. There's people that I know, without naming names right now, but there's people that I know that are over there. Great to meet you. I mean, like, it's meeting you, but still, it's great. It's great. Do we have people from other locations as well? I know I named US. It's quite vague, but still, I named Israel. I see. I saw UK as well. If you don't feel good about sharing, it's totally fine, right? You don't have to share, but that'd be great if I can know where you're from. It's interesting to see how internet and how YouTube is changing the world, basically. Well, I'm saying YouTube, but any platform similar to YouTube. That's what I mean. Okay, good. So now we have our machines over here. Let's right now go to the root, and what we have here. Oh, Colombia, but currently in Toronto. Juan Jose. Are you like, I'm assuming you're studying right now? That's the reason why you're around? In one of the university, probably University of Toronto. I know there's a lot more. York, I think there's another one. Probably others. It's the biggest city in Canada, so there's more than one. Good. Nice to meet you. All right, so now if we take a look here, not cats, I want to do city roots, LA. And then we see here we have our user. So that was our point of entry in here to be able to get there. Good. You worked there for oh, good. Yes, I'm in the machine right now. Well, I'm in the machine. It seems more like a container I'm in. So it's probably more of a container. If we do, what's the command again for that? Oh, yeah, uname-a. No, that's not going to give us much information. Atika. What's the actual? I forgot. What's the actual thing for finding out exactly where we're at? You guys remember? I'm trying to remember. There's another one. It goes with like proc and something like this. Maybe I should. Yeah, let's use ChatGPT, I guess. I completely forgot. Oh, do I have my issue with this? PWD. Well, PWD, yes, but it's just like where is your location? Who am I? No, I'm saying what I'm saying is like the version that we're in, right? So are we in a container? So if I do, let's say maybe ifconfig could probably help us out. So we see here 10.0.3.2 127. That's a loopback, and oh, we have a 1. See, I guess that could work out quite good with Wifinetic. No, if you do tree, it's not exactly what we're looking for in this case. I don't think so. Yeah, tree. It's more like the Windows command to be able to see all those things. So Linux doesn't have that. Now, what I'm looking for is a little bit something else. I get chats.openai.com. Now it's what I'm looking for. If I go through my notes just real quick, give me a second. Okay, so I just found it. Go back onto my terminal. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cat proc 1 and then environ. Okay, so here we see that's a container, right? That's exactly what I was looking for. That type of container. Can I do zoom in? Okay, there you go. Oh, that's not exactly a zoom in. Okay, let's leave it like that. There we go. So that's exactly what I was looking for. Is here LXC container underscore TTY. That's exactly what we're looking for. So in our case, we're gonna have maybe issues to be able to do exactly everything we want to do. So if I do, let's say a wish wgets, do we have that? We don't. Which curl? Do we have anything like this over here? Yes, we have curl. So we have some tools we're going to be able to use. The thing is, when I did ifconfig, now probably I think it's iwconfig. Is it? We can see the WN0. Okay. It's not associated with any points. It's managed. It's not associated with any points at this point, right? And it's turned on, and we can see here it's 20 dB in power. So there's technically or potentially something that's going to be able to help us out understanding a little bit more what's going on. Can we do, let's say, IW, I think it's WLAN 0, and then we're going to take a look at the info. That's a bit more, it's pretty much the same information we're going to get there. So we see here that's the address. It looks like a MAC address, but that's weird. It's managed. Okay, so we don't have much more over here information we can get. So if we do, let's say, a IW lists, and we're going to look for scan. So we're going to scan stuff that are around and see if we can get any information. It seems that there is an SSID, right? CPLC router. Quality 70 out of 70, so I guess it's right next to it. We see the frequency as well. We see a little bit of information. WPA2 version. It's a little bit limited on the amount of information that we currently have. So it might be a little bit hard to be able to get everything that we're looking for, right? So may have to do other stuff. Maybe we can take a look and confirm, right? So IW dev. And then WLAN 0, and then we're going to take a look at the link. It's not connected either, right? So we can see here that there's like basically nothing that we can do with that. We know that it's not going to work at all, right? Do we have anything else? I'm wondering, because if this guy is connected there, we might be able to do a bit more than we think. And that's exactly what we're after, right? So if I do it again, IW, WLAN, and then scan 0, and then scan. Net discover. I can probably check it out. Net discover. That's another one I could check. I'll check this one here first, and then I'll enter your command right after, Natasha. There we go. So 30 dB here. So I see here there's a WPS. WPS is quite bad. So if you have a WPS at home that's on your machine, make sure it's deactivated. Or on your router, make sure it's deactivated. Let's try net discovery. So that's not a command I'm sure I heard about before. Net discovery, is there like app search net discovery? Is there anything? Oh, maybe not there. If I do it directly on my machine, is there any of that, anything like that? App search net discovery. I never heard of this one. Yeah, there's nothing here. Maybe there's something on the internet, but I'm not going to go that deep for now. Could it be something for Windows instead? It is possible. It is possible. Good, good. All right, so now we see the WPS. There's one thing that seems to be the most probable cause of using it. Obviously, this is something that was widespread at one point. If we use this over here, put it there, it's going to be a little bit easier. Call it, what's it called? One shot. It's oneshot.py. Exploit. Run WPS pin attack. Yeah, true. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. But again, it goes down with what people know, right? If people don't know about their issues, there's not much you can do. It goes with cybersecurity awareness. And do we know if most organizations have a good and accurate cybersecurity awareness program in place to be able to help other people out? We already know that the weakest link of an organization is the human, right? We can put all the devices in front. We can do whatever we want to be able to prevent all of this. And anybody trying to debate you saying that, no, I can tell you that nobody will be able to get through my walls. That's like someone is daring a hacker to be able to like to challenge them and get through. And I can tell you, they will get through, right? It is possible to do almost anything. Social engineering, probably one of the most powerful thing that you have here, regardless of what it is. So the best thing you can do is to try to figure it out. How can you prevent this as much as possible? So not saying technology is not something that you should have. You should definitely have technology. We should have a good proportion of technology with cybersecurity awareness program, and also like knowledge and so on about potential attacks, and be able to prevent them as much as possible. It goes down to a secretary. Somebody that doesn't deal with any of that sometimes could be your point of failure. So yes. All right, good. I guess I can just download the file. All right, we could have downloaded it a little bit differently, but for now, I'll do it this way. We're going to do a Wi-Fi Wifinetictwo. I think that's how it was called. Going to go there. We're going to drop it there. Okay. So now we're here, and we have our other machine. We're going to do cd Wifinetictwo LSLA, and we have one shot in here. I'm going to do a Python 3, if I can write it correctly. Module server dot is it HTTP? No, HTTP server, I think. P dot server, and then I'm just going to put it on port 8000. There we go. Okay, so it works. Earlier we saw that curl was there, so we should be good to go. We're going to go on 10, 10, 15, 4, 4 on port 8000, which is my... Okay, it lagged a little bit. Port 8000. And then we're going to take one shot.py and output it to one shot.py. There we go. LSLA. So now we have one shot.py. I mean, like we could just use one shot.py or Python 3, one shot.py. If I do this, what does it give me? It gives me a bunch of different things. I got the SSID, interface, L, probably, yeah, I for interface. So I'm assuming if I do this and I do I interface, which is the WLAN 0. Is there anything else that I could put in place? I guess we can check here real quick, because we have, I think we have most of the stuff that are displayed. Okay, Pixie Dust, right? Because that's basically what we're going to be running, Pixie Dust. So there's what's the definition, or what was the attack again? Can't remember. Sometimes like you keep doing them by heart because you do them, but why are you doing them? So let's do a paste over here. What is the Pixie Dust attack? So while this is being written, just make sure that if you have any questions, you put them here in the chat. If you are new, there is also a way to be able to join our meetup page. You can see right now at the bottom of the page, where you're going to be able to follow us along and then be able to join other sessions like this in the future. We're going to be putting even more as we're moving forward. It might be also on the blue team side, so just be mindful about that. The goal is to be able to make you a much better overall analyst, right? By understanding how attacks are being conducted, but also how to be able to do them. So we're looking at the hands-on experience heavily over here to make you as better as we can, obviously. So just make sure you go on the meetup page. There is also a link to be able to join our Discord server. And from there, I mean, like I can probably just put it in the chat right now for the folks that are here that have not joined yet. Let's make it simple for the folks. Give me a second. I'm just going to put it there, and then you guys are going to be able to join from the chat directly. So there we go. It's coming. It should be on YouTube and also on Twitch right now. So if you're on Twitch, you should be able to join. However, if you are on X, I'm not going to be able to give it to you, unfortunately. So you're going to have to join other ways to get that. So in the future, if they do not create strong encryption algorithm, his data will be hacked, because every day there are more powerful computers that can guess passwords. Yes, there is also the quantum, like they're starting to crack like quantum. So this is an issue to be honest. And you're right on this. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about quantum, but I'm quite sure you were thinking about it at the same time. There you go. So quantum computing is something that we have to be very mindful that it will be cracked by most people eventually, right? Right now, we have just like a little subset of people that or organizations are able to do that. Maybe IDM can do that. Maybe nation states like Russia, what's called again, China or something like that. They're probably able to do it. So that's what you got to think about. Especially, well, I mean, like some people could say that you are a little actor. You have a little company. Nobody wants to steal anything from you. No, everybody will want to steal anything from you. If it's an APT, obviously they're more after intelligence. So that's something like an APT, which is advanced person threats in place. So again, Russia or something like that. They are those people that could want a bit more like government stuff or even third party. Right. So if we're talking about, let's say, Lockheed Martin in the US, they may have some information. They may have some connection with the government. So that'd be a way to be able to get that information. In the past, I don't know if you guys are familiar with ArcSight. I mean, like it just keep bouncing back and forth. It was primarily done by HP, and then big thing happened with HP. An organizations got hacked through HP because they were the MSSP, the managed security service provider, and they hacked into it and got to other location. Then after that, they were able to activate like how do you call that again? Persistence access, something like that, right? So they were able to get access back over there. They have a whole system where somebody just breach in, poke a little hole there, somebody else comes in and then activate all that stuff, probably scripted all that jazz to be able to make sure it's done and they're not getting detected. And then after that, the other person was just going somewhere else afterwards. All of that was done through one person that was not even working. So they were able to figure out the password, the credentials to be able to get there. And then they got access to the system. And a little bit later on, when those third party that were dealing with the MSSP of HP, right, on their ArcSight, figured that out, that they were getting attacked. The infiltration came in from the inside, basically speaking. They figured out that the employee was not working. And that's what happened. So yeah, it can be nuts, exactly all the stuff that's happening out there. You just got to be careful because that's exactly what they're going to do. So you might think your security posture is the best in the world, but if you give access to another company, that's what they're going to do. Probably you guys can also search for Walmart. Walmart got hacked through a third party. So, and there's probably many other examples we could talk about. So yeah, wow. Good. So the Pixie Dust attacks in a tap is a type of attack on the Diffie-Hellman's key exchange protocol, specifically targeting its implementations in wireless network like the WP2 and PA3 that relies on pre-shared keys, PSK, for secure communication. The attack was first demonstrated in 2017 by a researcher from the University of California, Riverside, and the attack exploited weakness in the way certain systems handle Diffie-Hellman parameters during the key exchange process. There we go. So that's exactly what we are going to experiment over here. Let's see this. Oh, yeah, that's right. I wanted to see what was the K. Yeah, that was a Pixie Dust. That's right. That's what I wanted to do, and that's capital K. Okay. Very important that you put capital or lowercase or capital for each stuff. Otherwise, there might be an issue. Okay, so the BSSID was not selected. So now we get to select SSID. We have number 1. That's exactly what I'm going to put at the bottom there and press enter. We actually did a scan. Let's trying to pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 0. And then bang, just like this, within a few seconds, we were able to get pretty much everything, right? We got authenticated, associated with the AP. There we go. So we associated with the PLC router. If we keep going, first half, and then now we have a password, right? How easy was it? Yeah, how easy. Not going to be too much harder sometimes to be able to get that much further down. Okay, So now what we're going to try to do, because we already tested or we already looked, are we connected? Scan, not scan. Yeah, I wanted to see this. See, we're still not connected, right? So we're going to have to do a bit more stuff to be able to get there, but it's not going to be that hard. So at this point, we're going to do another thing that's called WPA, and then the passphrase. There you go. And from this, if we press enter, we're going to see here they're looking for the SSID, which is the PLC router. Okay, and then after that's looking for the passphrase, right? Passphrase is this one. So that's the one we're looking for. I guess we can just select the quotes as well, probably, and then paste them there. I press enter here. It's going to give us the exact code. And as you can see here, that's the actual name. Okay, that's what we just gave it. That's the passphrase. However, it just converted it, right? So by converting it, it's going to be a bit faster, because the thing is, this type of attack will rely heavily on how fast you're going to be able to achieve this. So if it takes an extra, I don't know, 1 second or maybe a quarter, like 1 millisecond, it could be bad. And yes, that's what it is. I mean, like, Hack That Box is not going to try to complicate things too much, but yeah, this one was just as easy as this to probably go there. Maybe it was default. Maybe it was like, yeah, quite bad. But either way, let's go, and then we're going to create a WPA conf file with this, and then press enter. Okay, LSLA. So we see it here. If I do a cat on the WPA conf, I'm going to see here that's exactly how it is. So this one here, there's an hashtag before, so it's going to be a comment and will not be taken in consideration. So we'll not do anything with it. Okay, so from this point on, we're going to use this now to be able to connect to it. So we got WPA underscore supplicants. There we go. What are the, can we see here? Now we have all the options, or pretty much. Do we have anything or any use? Sometimes it gives you like an idea of what to enter. Oh, there. Okay, maybe this. DNL, I guess. D, driver name. N, that's a lowercase n. Oh, maybe it's for something else. Yeah, interface name. So probably gonna go with the interface name. Run daemon in the background. Yes, I still want to get access to this thing. And then -I, WLAN 0. It's good. And then configuration files. I think that's what we need to. And we got the WPA. .conf. Is there anything else? -N, capital N. Start describing new interface. Is that what you're pointing at, Natasha? I think probably yes. Is there a reason why you would use this? That's what I'm wondering. Start describing new interface. You know, yes. Okay. Let me see. I'm a little bit hesitant on trying this. Let's put this here. Let's learn at the same time. Because I'm not too sure if this one would be relevant, but it could be a good suggestion. Could be good. There it is. Okay, V. What does the option N does? Well, that's a couple does, but let's see, what is it going to tell me? An option is used to start describing, especially it sells supplicants to create, manage a new network interface for the wireless connection. It tells the program to create a new interface without actually trying to connect to a wireless network immediately. Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering here, if it's going to be actually working. Again, we can probably take a look a little bit further down, because obviously ChatGPT is just one piece of information, and we should not just rely solely on that. Yeah. So I'm just debating if that's gonna work. So, but thank you very much for suggesting. Let's give it a try right now with what we have currently, and see how it's gonna work. Okay. So initialize. So successfully initialize W supplicant. Cannot open RF kill. So if we do IF config, seems that we have a IPv6 over here, right? But we don't have any of the other ones. So DH client, if I do this, is that do anything? So the file exists. Oh, there you go. So now I have an IPv4. Going to be probably a little bit easier to manage over here. We have the IP of the is probably .1. If you do an ARP-A, so we're going to take a look at the ARP. WLAN 0. We see here that's probably our server that we're connecting to. Okay. So this is a server that we're connecting to. If I do, let's say, ping 681.1, we're getting ping, so that's good. Okay. I don't have hand maps, so I'm not going to be able to do any more digging. If I do just a curl for fun, are we going to get something on port 80? So we're getting something on port 80. So there is like actually something that's available somewhere there. So we just need to find exactly what it is. Obviously, it might be a little bit harder with curl. So there's multiple ways that we could do something. But let me just get a nmap there. Yeah. Oh, IF config. IF config is going to give me WLAN. So it seems that it was connected with DHCP. Sorry, not DHCP, with IPv6, right? And I did a DH client. Press enter, and then it told me that it was like the file exists. So I guess it just activated something, right? I would probably need to dig a little bit more around. And as soon as I did the IF config afterwards, it worked out. So are we able to just trace that back over here? So I did the supplicant. It successfully initialized the supplicant, but did not go further. I did IF config here, and I saw here the IPv6, but there was no, like, it's not connected on the IPv. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. There's an IPv6, but there's no like IPv4. So that was my question here. So I did a DH client, and then it tells me that the file exists. And then as soon as I did the IF config, it gave me an IPv6 over here, 192.168.1.84. So that's how I was able to get this. I've seen it directly because the IPv6 was there, and by doing the DH client, enter, and then I got this right away after. So now I got my IPv4 a little bit easier to manage. And I'm hoping that Hack the Box eventually will be able to release some machines with IPv6 only, because this is heading there eventually, right? So if you're doing some pen test, and that's a very good point again that I can probably talk about. If you have systems that have IPv6 enabled, disable it, unless you are actively monitoring it. If you don't have the capacity to monitor IPv6, you should disable those capacities. Any reason why? There's a big reason why. Hoping that somebody here can actually talk about it. And we should probably do a draw for another one soon. Not for this one yet. I mean, maybe I should have done it for this one. So there's 2 left. We have 2 more 1-month VIP Plus membership from Hack the Box for free. So stay tuned, and then very soon I'll be asking a question regarding this. So make sure you stay here. Right now I'm asking a question where is like, why would, and that's not for the Hack the Box VIP Plus right now, right? That's not a question for this. But my question is, why would you want to deactivate IPv6 if you have it there and you're not using it? No, not sure. That might be a question for improper configuration. Well, I mean, like, it's not improper configuration because your system is still working. Your system are still interconnected. They're able to exchange information. But if you're not using IPv6, why would you leave it there? A lot of times it's going to be activated by default. Hide IP? Not necessarily. Like, you want your IPv4 to be there. I'm not saying IPv6 is bad. That's not what I'm saying. Or IPv4. I'm not sure where you're going with this. If you hide IPv4, you're going with IPv6. If you're running full IPv6 and you have full visibility of what's going on, it could be the best thing. But if you're not using it, why would you deactivate it, especially if you're on the defense side? That's more of a blue question right now. But at the same time, by telling you this on the blue side, by keeping this in mind, if you're on the red team side now, it might ring a bell. Why? After. That's too good guess, but not exactly this. I should probably bring up, no, not Signal. I don't want Signal. I want Discord. Okay. So for those that joined recently and are still in the stream and you are on Discord, just make sure that you go on the README first and then click on that green box at the bottom, right? It will open up everything for you on Discord. There's not a whole lot of chat right now. Most of the chat seems to be happening on YouTube, so which is great. But obviously, if you want to get access to the machines for free, that's a way to be able to get there and then request access, and we can provide you those access afterwards. No? Okay, so I think it's time for me to tell you a little bit about it. Okay, so IPv4, great. We've been using it for many years, right? Decades, I would say as well. We know how it works. It sees its numbers, right? A bunch of different numbers, and even sometimes we tend to forget them, but there's not a whole lot. IPv6, there's a lot more involved into it. I will not get into IPv6 exactly on all the different things that's happening there, but it's a lot more complex and up to a point more secure, right? So you're gonna be saying like, JF, why are you telling me that I should deactivate IPv6 if it's more secure? Well, if you're not using it, you have no visibility. What do you think Red Team can do? What do you think an attacker or pen tester can do? They can exploit that IPv6. And the thing is, you will never see it in the network. You will never be able to intercept and figure it out that's happening potentially, right? Because you're not actually monitoring all the information that keep bouncing back and forth from one server or one workstation to another workstation. The reason behind that, again, you're not monitoring IPv6. Most of the stuff that we do are all IPv4. And there are organizations that I know got hacked through that. And then they figured it out later on. They had IPv6 on their system enabled. So if you have, let's say, a Linux machine, and then you're running a syslog server, or you have an application that runs directly there, and then you have IPv6, somebody could potentially just connect through that port, right? And you will never know because you don't have proper visibility on the exchange of the information between the two. So keep that in mind. That's the reason why. It's the lack of visibility that you're going to get on your network if you leave IPv6 enabled. So if you want to leave it enabled, use it. But I mean, like, use it and monitor it properly. And that's something probably in the future we should take a look at how we can do that. Maybe some sort of workshop or something like that. That could be very interesting. All right, so let's move on from this right now. Where I'm at. Okay, so now that I have access, no, hold on. Where was I? IF config. I'm connected to that. Oh yeah, I wanted to get nmap. I'm going to use this one here. Can I get a static nmap? So it's basically, not status, but static. That's the same thing, I think. Yeah, Nmap. We're going to download this. We're going to bring it to same place where OneShot is. And it should have another parrot. There we go. So, oh, that's interesting. Okay. So see here, 31.220.1.88. Decide to give it a try and and get on my website, which is basically the it was called like where we have Wifinetictwo. So got 2 requests from the outside. It's interesting. I'm wondering exactly who, like from which country it is. What's the question? I didn't know the last point. Red team find it difficult to hack IPv6. No, not that they're gonna find it hard or difficult to hack IPv6, right? It's not that. It's more they're going to hack through IPv6. A blue team will have difficulty to find hackers using IPv6 if you don't have full visibility of actually what's going on, right? So that's the question here I'm answering. But no, why this? I don't know why that thing just keep going up. There you go, this one. So that's the one I was actually talking about, okay? So that's the difference in between the two. I hope it makes sense. Good, I'm just wondering right now if you allow me for a second just to diverge and see which IP it is, right? The thing is, I barely just started a web server, right? So just imagine, like if I got a request right now and I just started it, just imagine if you have a web server for multiple of years and you're not monitoring it, how many of those type of stuff you're going to get eventually. I'm quite sure if we leave it there, we're going to see a bunch more requests coming through, and that's not going to be fun, especially if you're trying to do that. And that, I get someone that's that might be able to do that eventually, and it's to demonstrate what a honeypot does. That could be very interesting. And then if you have a honeypot and then you plug it into a SIEM, a security information and event management, we might be able to see a bunch of stuff. Let's say Elastic, and then see exactly where those IPs are coming from. That could be very cool to go take a look at that eventually. So if we do, I can't remember exactly what's the website, IP locations. I'm just going to write that down. I can't remember exactly. I just want to type an IP in there. IP lookup. Netherlands organization. Amarudu. That's the IP. Germany. Oh. Is that .1.88? Germany? Netherlands. So probably more Netherlands, but it could be Germany as well. It seems to be coming from the same company, regardless. Okay. All right. I was kind of thinking that probably be someone from China or something like that, because we have well, I'm saying China, it doesn't matter. That's me just talking out loud. Something I shouldn't say, because that doesn't make sense. So please disregard my last. Okay, good. So now that we have our stuff in there, we're going to do a curl 10.10.15.44. This is exactly where I have my stuff on port 8888. That's the server I'm telling you about over here, right? And we're going to take a look at nmap, or gather nmap, and do a -o nmap. We're going to call it this way, lsla. So we have nmap. Now we're going to do a chmod, right? And then +x to be able to execute it, because here when we take a look at nmap, we're going to see that we're not able to execute that. I mean, like, it's under root. I guess we have root, yeah, but we don't have here execution possibilities. So that's something that, yeah. I mean, it could be anybody at this point. It's easy enough to just use a what's called a VPN to be able to go somewhere else and try to blame someone else. And that's been reported in the past that, for example, I mean, we could go for North Korea as well, right? Where they've been quite good at trying to get attacks going. And North Korea, that's basically what they've done. They've been using attacks like basically thumbprints of other attacks, other APTs that they've been using in order to make sure that it's not pointing at them. So we don't point the fingers at North Korea trying to attack us. So this is the same thing that a lot of organizations, or at least I would say APTs, are going to use in this case. Pointing fingers can be very easy. All right, so Nmap, there we go. We're going to do an Nmap over here. Press enter, LSLA. Now we can see the difference between before over here, right, which has no X, to now Nmap where we have X's everywhere. So basically the owner, which is root, can do it. The group, which is root, can do it. That's the group. And here, everyone can actually do it. So if I do it /nmap, and we're going to do on 192.168.1.1, which is the actual router that we just went through, right? We're going to do an nmap with the top 1,000 ports. So now we have port 22, 53, 80, and then 443. So there's a bunch of stuff we could do with this. The thing is, that's a firewall, right? Oh, there you go. See, we have Hack the Box in here. We have, there, I'll just show it here. I just got a comment from Hack the Box directly. So happy to see you. And I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you're going to be staying for a while. It'd be great. It'd be great. We have here Natasha that seems to be very active in the chat over here. So it's great. It's great to see everyone in the chat. So great to see Hack the Box participating, and then also being part of the community there. So thank you very much for giving the chance for everyone to be here, right? Yeah, there we go. So let's have people. Hello, Hack the Box. Yes, North Korea is very dangerous. They have a school where they teach children to hack from a young age, and that's very accurate. And we know how the regime is, at least obviously it's one-sided story, right? So I would say you have to take that with a grain of salt on how they do this. But obviously coming from a lot of people that comes from the regime that was able to avoid over there, that's something that's happening for sure. And that's something that it's unfortunate, right, that they have to go through this, but because they are trained at a young age, they are trained to do these like very complex attacks and understand exactly how to be able to contact them. So I get through complex systems, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, like it's good to have technology in place, but every technology has a bug somewhere, and somehow they will figure it out. Okay. All right, so there is multiple ways of being able to do this right now. We can maybe check it's OpenWRT. We could maybe check at some of those default credentials for OpenWRT, right? Oh, I don't want another one. I already have one. Let's do this here. OpenWRT default. Credentials. There we go. Do we have anything here? Root. Entering root as a username, leaving the password field blank. I mean, like, it's the same thing we can do. And we already know that Open PLC was already default credentials. So now why not trying to use something else that's going to be like good for us, right? So let's give it a try with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a SSH root at what's it called again? The 192.168.1.1. Okay, and we're going to get there. We're going to accept the fingerprint. We're going to press enter, and then just like this, we're in. Right? It says there is no root password defined on this device. So if I do, do we have anything here? No. Host name, does it say anything? No. LSLA, does it work? Yeah, it works. Oh, there we go. Cat, not rat, cat. Roots. And then now we have our root password, our root text. Do not copy this. There's no reason why, because it's attached, it's dynamic. So it needs to be attached to the computer that you turn on. So in this case, it's not going to be relevant for you to actually do it. There we go. So We have a message. I'm locked in here while I upload some upcoming videos. Also, I was going Natasha Perlink. What did I miss? I mean, you missed everything. You're just coming in as we're finding the root flag. I mean, we're not done. There's a lot more to be covered, but you did miss a lot. You did miss a lot. We did cover something interesting. I even used my iPad earlier, right? I gave a good blue team teaching drill. I don't know if I can show it real quick to Hack the Box so they can see some of the stuff that are being covered on this channel. There we go. I mean, it won't probably make sense 100%, but that's going to be good to for Hack the Box to see. So let's go take a look, right? So, I mean, it doesn't make sense here, but we were talking about an application, right? Which is here, if you can see on the left, going to the database, right? A username. It needs to get access to a database. It was a question that a teacher asked my wife, and or asked somebody, maybe that's what I should say instead, and was saying a GPO should be able to prevent an attack from a database or to a database. And I'm like, a GPO will prevent people from being able to access the database. But ultimately, what we need to do is to be able to allow our great community here that are looking for Hack the Box from the Hack the Box shop, and they want to take a look for pens or maybe anything else from the shop, to be able to go to the application and then the database and be able to buy their stuff fast, right? So the thing is, now they need a firewall, right? A firewall is going to be good for a lot of things, but will not prevent. So even though we have an IDS or an IPS in place, it will not stop an attack that is conducted as an SQL injection. We need what is called a WAF, right? That was one of the questions I asked the group earlier. How do we prevent attacks to be able to attack database? When an application is supposed to send requests to database, we could put sanitization into the database, but obviously eventually it could be cumbersome and could basically DOS the database completely because it needs to process so much data. A WAF would basically just stop it there and make it relevant. If you have a 0-day on an application or a database, a WAF could also be a good preventing measure to be able to stop any attacks from being able to be there. Does it mean, well, I'm saying any attacks. I'm not saying every attacks. I'm saying potentially any attacks. So this is the difference. So that's what you guys missed. There's a lot more to it. Just make sure that you tune in next time, right? So thank you very much for being there. All right, good. And we need to, like, we already went through one month VIP plus that I had left into my my stuff. So we're gonna need to go for 2 very soon. All right, perfect. Again, for anyone that are interested, so if you're just joining in, just make sure that you hit the meetup.com Hack the Box Meetup Ottawa. You can see the link at the bottom of the page. Over there, please sign up, and we're going to be able to go through your application, approve you, and then make sure you access as well afterwards our Discord server where you can get access for free from Hack the Box, because right now they are very good to allow us to be able to use their platform, the enterprise.hackthebox.com, to be able to allow you guys to hack your way through, right? And do the same thing that I'm doing currently, right? So thank you very much, Hack the Box, for doing this. Good, perfect. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for the good comments. There's a lot more that's coming down the pipe. This is we've been doing it for a year now. On every month, last Thursday of the month, but we're looking at doing a lot more very soon. So stay tuned, and the quality of the streams are going to go higher and higher. I see this happening for sure. Good. All right, so let's get going on this, so we can finish this box. Obviously, right now, a lot of people would say this is the end. This is where I'm stopping. And okay, yes, if your goal is to be able to get the flags and stop there, okay, I understand that. That's the concept of what Hack the Box is. But for us, can we go much further and learn a lot more? Yes, we can, right? There is something that we're going to be able to do is like pivoting, right? So we're going to be able to go from this machine to the WRT. Like we're gonna see that web page. You remember, like when I was looking at, I did curl. If we can go up a little bit more, maybe it's too up. Oh, there we go. So when I did the actual curl, where's that curl again? There it is. I did the curl on port 80, right? And we saw that there's like an actual web page. It goes here on Lua configuration interface. So it seems to be doing something, but what is it actually doing? We could use basically like ourselves and go to what's it called, var. Is it HTML? No, it's not HTML. It's I forgot. Oh, var. var is a little bit different than most of them. So maybe it's a little bit different, and in this case might not be as relevant. LSLA, do we have anything else? Oh, we have the W's here. Triple W, LSLA. You can see here there's a web page, CD, CGI, LSLA. We have a little lag here, and then we can see that's where things are going. So it might be a little bit hard to figure it out exactly what it does, but what we're going to do, we're going to give it a try, right? We're going to exit from this connection on SSH, and we are going to do something a little bit different in this case, right? We're going to do what's called chisel. Yeah, chisel download, I guess. Probably what I'm looking for. Yeah, probably here. Do we have I guess we have a couple versions that we could get. Check some. Probably, I guess this one could potentially fit. Yeah, because it's not ARM, AMD, maybe this, no, this one's Darwin. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for this one in this case. Okay, so Wifinetic, we're going to put it there. And then I got my other parrot over here. I guess, see, that's it. Okay, no, that's me. I thought it was another one again, trying to test us again and see how we were. All right, so over here we have chisel. What we're going to do is we are going to unzip it, right? So gun zip that we can use, and we have chisel that we are going to do like this. LSLA. Now it's so complicated that to make it easy enough, we're going to go and move chisel to chisel, right? So the long name, we're going to go to the small name. So the tool chisel, you're going to see it very quick, right? So what is this tool? It's to basically enable us to use an actual port, right? And basically pivot from that standpoint, right? We're going to be able to use it like if we were in that actual environment or that actual system that we compromised. You're going to see that very quick. Okay, so now I have chisel over here. What we're going to do is a chmod again onto this one. We're going to do plus X, okay, and then chisel. LSLA, like I told you earlier, chisel, now we have execution access, which we didn't have before. So we're going to be able to use it. But also, what we want to do is we want to be able to upload it there because we need to use it as a server and as a client at the same time, okay? So now we're going to do this because we want to be able to upload it there or download it if you prefer this way. This 1010, sorry, speaking French for a second for some reason. 44 on port 8000. And then we're going to do chisel and -O for output and then call it chisel again. Enter LSLA. So now we have it. Similar thing, we may have to do nmap. No, it's already under execution. So we might be able, no, that's nmap, sorry. There's no execution here. So let's do a chmod. Chmod plus X and chisel. There we go. There we go. So now we have chisel over here. That's good. Perfect. I should probably just remove this so people can actually see. Whoops. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's what I realized as I was moving around. I realized I'm like, ooh, you guys are not seeing it. I apologize for that. Thank you very much, David, to let me know. I'm going to move it a little bit higher so to make it easier this way. Okay, so now we have chisel over here. Okay, we already gave it execution on one and execution on the other one. Okay, so what's going to be happening is basically I'm going to open up another one. No, I guess I can use this. I'm just going to kill it right now. I'm going to use chisel, okay, on my machine as a server. Okay, I'm going to go, let's say, port 9002. I'm quite sure it's not being used in this case, right? And what I'm going to do is reverse. So we are going to send everything there, right? Now over here, I'm going to use chisel again, but as a client. Okay, that makes a difference here on between the client and the other one. And now we are going to send it basically to 10.10.15.44, right? On port 9002. Okay. I could have chosen any other ports that would make it work. If in any case 9002 does not work because potentially is being blocked by the firewall at one point, there is other possibilities to go around that, right? So port 53 in general, which is DNS, which would be normally a way to be able to query and legit, right? For most use cases, you could use port 33 to be able to go through that. And as a pen tester, you can also, I mean, like if you can encrypt all your data as it being transferred, that's even better. But if you cannot encrypt it, a lot of times analysts are going to disregard port 53 because they assume by default this is DNS and this is accepted, which is basically bad on them. So you may have a chance to get a freebie at that point. Yeah, so keep that in mind. All right, so we have socks here that we're going to put in. So we're going to go through socks 5, right? So that's something we're going to have to play a little bit around to make sure everything works well. Okay, so chisel clients, this, I think we're going to be good to go. Did it work? Seems to have work over here. We have proxy here on 1080. This one is done as well. I'm not going to be able to do much with both of them because they're playing together, if you understand what I mean, right? So let's take this one a little bit smaller. So, and we are just going to bring it down a little bit here, right? So you can see here that's, I don't want to take all the space, but at the same time, I want you guys to be able to see it, what's going on. All right, so now what we're going to do is tell, we're going to go on the last 5, for example, right? And we're going to go to the etsy proxy chain. Cannot open. Yeah, probably need to do a sudo. Nope. Where is proxy chains again? Is it proxy chains? Yeah, hold on. Etsy proxy chains for conf. Yeah. Okay. .conf. That's what I was missing. Okay, so I got socks 4 in there. So what I'm gonna do here, it's not socks 5, so that's what I gotta do. Sudo nano etsy. Okay, okay, so a little trick here because it's at the very bottom. It's very far. If I do Control Shift and then the underscore or the dash, right? It's gonna bring me to enter line number. If I do Control V there, it's going to bring me down. So you see, that's a trick to be able to get at the very bottom. So we're going to do the same thing as this one here. We're going to call it socks 5, right? And then I press tab 127.0.0.1. And we are going to use the same thing as this one here, right? 1080. Okay. 1080. Okay, this one here, commented it out because it might create conflicts. It might try to do SOC 4 on 9450, and that's not what I want to do. I want to do SOC 5. Control X, I'm going to save it with Y and then press enter. There we go. So now if we do the same thing, we should be able to see exactly what we just did. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to go to our friend Foxy Proxy, and we are going to do something similar to what I was actually talking about a little bit earlier. We're going to go to options, proxies. We have burp, right? So this is our configuration, but now we want to add one. No, not that. we want to add another one here like this. Okay, so if we call it proxy chains, we're going to go to SOCKS 5 over here. The country is fine. It's fine. Hostname 127.0.0.1. And we are going with port 1080 over here. Okay, so that should be good, hopefully. I mean, there's always place for mistakes, unfortunately. And we'll see how it goes. So now if we do, let's say 192.168.1.1, right? And before I hit that, I'm going to go here. See, that's the one I just did. Proxy chain. We're going to give it a try with this. Bang. See? So now I'm able to access this specific one, right? Because I'm using the proxy. However, let's say we do the same thing and we go, okay, let's minimize this one. If I just do this and then I'll kill this one afterwards. I do 192.168.1.1, right? I do a ping. I'm not able to reach it. So it can tell you exactly what's going on here, right? It's a way to be able to kind of pivot. And I'm not able to reach it here, but I'm able to reach it there because I'm using basically a proxy now, right? So I'm using basically my machine, which is a server that does the reverse. So I guess I can just do this and netstats dot and TUP, press enter. Okay. There we go. That's a good question. Is this tool explained in Academy Hack the Box? I mean, Hack the Box is there. They're still listening, right? If they're gone, that's gonna be on them. No, I'm not sure. That's a good question. Do I still have access to the Academy here? Can I do Academy? Yeah, I don't have access right now here. Am I able to just put it here so you guys don't see it real quick while I'm trying to log in? And then what we're going to do is I'm going to try real quick. If I type in there, that might be interesting to see the actual results. Give me a second. That's the thing. You got protection, but at the same time, it takes a little bit longer to get things done. But you have to do that. Okay, Academy. Let's bring it back here without going too much in depth. Chisel. That's what she's looking for. Is there something in here that talks about Chisel in the Academy? Oh, it seems like there is potentially stuff. No, the Chisel server is running. I mean, like, I don't want to click too much in depth. WMI. Because obviously this is their proprietary stuff. If I click real quick, does it say anything about Chisel here? No, I think I need to go in to be able to find it. Which I want to be careful because they're watching me. What does it say? No, that's, I click on that by curiosity. All right, let's do again, Chisel. Need to configure Chisel. And use proxy chain. There we go. So maybe they're talking about it over here a bit more. So if I do Chisel, yeah. So I think you need to get inside there. Like, I can unlock it and go take a look, but I'm not going to go further than this. Oops. F Chisel. Oh, there you go. So we can attempt to execute command on server 2. We would need to configure Chisel and use proxy chain to connect to the target server. And you can see proxy chain. Q, it's for quiet, right? It's going to use this WMI and then so on. So I guess that's probably something that they teach over the course of this. Again, I'm going to stop there because, again, I do respect Hack the Box proprietary documents or courses, but this is a great place. And the one that we are looking at, if I can I just go real quick? There we go. Okay. It's the Windows lateral movement that seems to be talking about it. But let's wait for Hack the Box if they can tell us if there's another one that could be interesting. Another one beside the lateral movement, because again, I don't want to go through this one and and have them going after me. It has been explained in advanced lessons. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's not something that a lot of, how I can call that, script kiddies. I think that's what they call it. Is it? I think that's what they call script kiddies, right? When you just start, or noob, when you just start, you're a novice. It's hard. It's hard to be able to understand and make the concept and understand the path and flow of things and so on. So that, yeah, that's something that that can be done. Probably into like more advanced stuff. So yeah, good thinking. There is, I would say, a lot of stuff. I guess I should have done those ones. We can probably answer them afterwards. Yeah. So what I wanted to show here was basically, I got port 1080, right? So that's the one here I was talking about that we have open for this particular reason, right? With the server. And well, Chisel and the server that we created on ours. And then after that on the other side, oh, you can see here as well too, right? The other one, 8080, if we can, or if you can recall that, 8080 is right there. Well, it says, no, that's Chisel for 9002, 8080, it says Java, but that's basically, what's it called again? Burp Suite, there you go. That's the one here. That's the one that whenever you open it, you can see here. It's probably a little bit small, hopefully not too small for you, because I'm not going to be able to make it bigger unless I shrink my screen a little bit more. But you can see here 127.0.0.1 port 8080. This is exactly what it is. We could use other proxy listeners if we wanted to, but in our case, we don't really need this. So it's just to give you, examples. I want to minimize this. Good. All right, so we're getting a custom here that there's probably no password, as we were expecting. Oh yeah, very true. There you go. The pivoting, tunneling, and port forwarding module would be one that you would want to check out. Yeah, I completely forgot about that one. Glad to have you hack the box over here to help me out in this case. So Natasha, that should be able to answer your question. All right, so let's keep going over here. We have system, we have a bunch of stuff. So what I want to show you, right, without going too much with the time that we have, it's quite hard to be able to see. It's like all white in the back. We have router password, but we have here SSH access, right? So it's easy enough what we could do with this, right? There's multiple things. So SSH access, we can add an instance. Not add an instance. That's not what I'm looking for. Sorry, it's the SSH key, right? It's basically we could paste our SSH key file, the public key. Okay. Here I have access to this. So what I can do is SSH dash keygen, right? And then press enter. It's going to generate the key pair. I press enter. Press enter. There's nothing I'm doing that is like very special in this case. And if I do, let's say cats here, which is home, and then I have .ssh, ID RSA, and then pub, right? This is my new public key. I just created right now. So I'm going to take this, copy it, right? And then paste it there. So that's going to be a way for me to be able to get now access through SSH this way. So if for whatever reason, someone, not in this one. So if I shut this one down, because I already have one over here. Where was I? I already did this. Okay, yeah, I'm doing the other thing. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to do that exactly. But let's say, for example, I do here, because I mean, we already have it. So I'm not going to do much over there. Proxy chains. SSH root at 192.168.1.1. I think that's what it is. I did something wrong. Proxy. Is it proxy chain? No, it's proxy chains. I forgot. Hold on. I forgot a little bit. I think it's proxy chains we need to use. Proxy chain config, file found. Okay, invalid proxy list section. Are my stuff down? Nope. It's still up. There is, maybe I need to put 9002. Was I wrong? Maybe. Cannot have everything right. Okay, let's go to sudo nano etc proxy chain .conf, and then control shift underscore or the dash, and then control V. There you go. We're at the bottom. Sucks 5. Let's put, I thought it was this. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it's having an issue. Give me a second. I'm just going to take a look here because there's always a bunch of nodes that you have to accumulate to be able to make them work. I'm quite sure I got it right. Well, I mean, I got it wrong somehow, but how? How I got it wrong. So I got to figure that out, but that should be good. Maybe because I have a connection over here, but that should not be the exact case. I don't think. I'm going to try 9002, but I think it's, I think it was right. So probably a mistake somewhere else. Yeah, see, it's not invalid item in proxy list section. Sucks 5. So there is potentially something wrong in here. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry, my language. It's the space. I did the other thing. The colon. Oops. There we go. X, yes, enter. Let's do a proxy chain now. There we go. Now it works. So that was me that did the mistake. Too used to do it right. Well, to do it with the colons there. So now let's say we see password and we do, let's say, pass WD. And I'm going to put in there as a new password, hack the box. There we go. Hack the box. Enter. Okay, so now if I want to be able to get in, it's going to ask me for the password, right? Or maybe not, because now I have a key in there. Can we remove the key real quick and see delete key? I mean, I should probably just copy it for the sake of make it easy afterwards. Is it going to go fast? Let's give it a try here. See, it's asking me for the password now. Hack the box. Okay, so now it just gave me a request because I changed the password. So if somebody actually changed the password by putting their SSH key, right, it's going to help you out to be able to get basically persistence onto that machine. All right, we do exit and I do it again once more. Now it's doing it with the key. It's not even entered here, right? And then it gives me access right away. Another way that we could have done that also, if the pub key is somewhere, or sorry, the private key is somewhere, we go back here, we put the -i, and then we're going to put it directly in that location, .ssh forward ID RSA, and that's the private key, right? And that's the one we want to provide out of the pair. And then press enter, and then it would work right away. So if it's not directly under our .ssh folder where the ID RSA should be, that's exactly what we need to do. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so that's one thing. Another thing too that we need to take a look at is another persistence access, not through this. It's schedule tasks, right? So now here, if you guys remember, like, how do we configure, like, say, cron jobs? Do we have cron jobs somewhere? Let's do exit here. Cron, is it cron tab? I'm trying to remember all the time. Oh, I need to do a list, I think. No cron tab for, where's the cron tab again? Fine. Cron, I can't remember. That's probably going to give me too many results. Try to remember where are the cron job files. I'm going to give it a try with this in Linux. So we're using Oh, do I have an issue? It's not operating. Okay, ChatGPT has frozen. We're too much for ChatGPT. Chats.openai.com. No, we are on proxy chain. That's the reason why we're not too much for ChatGPT. Sorry for disappointing you guys, or at least it's myself I disappointed, I guess, at that point. Where is the file for the cron? I'm not sure exactly if that's going to work. Spool cron tab, maybe. Yeah. Oh, cron tab.e. That's probably, could it be that? If you don't do it every day, sometimes you forget about them. Select an editor. Okay, let's do one. Okay, there we go. So now here you see exactly what's going on. Like, I mean, we could have gone probably and searched for cron tab and so on, but let's keep it simple right now. Okay. So here we're gonna see like normally could be a bunch of different stars. So it could be happening quite often, right? This one here is saying that's at 5 a.m. every week with this one. So at 5 a.m. it will do some compressing. So that's exactly what it is. I guess maybe I should have done directly the other stuff. How to configure a cron job. Probably going to tell us here. Oh, there you go. So you see here, it's probably would have been even better. So you see the star. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So we have the star here. So here's the minutes, right? 0 to 59. Then the hours over here in the second one. Then the day of the month. Then we have the month. And then the day of the week. Then after that, the path to commence. Right? So if we put stars all across the board, it's basically going to like to do it so often. We have other examples here that this one here would be 2:30, I guess, 2:30 a.m., right? That's when he would do it. And he would do the path to the script. So that's the way we can interpret that in this case, right? If we decide that we want to give it a try, we could easily give it a try this way. It's not there. I think it's here. Yeah. So if we do, let's say, star, right? We could see if something will actually happen, right? Let's just do for fun. And that's how we would have been able to potentially try to create persistence directly into the router, even though the password is being changed afterwards, right? So you have to go with flexibility in this case on understanding exactly all the different options you can put in place. So if we do, let's say, an echo, and we do this is a test, right? And then let's say we put it, we're going to append it, right? So the greater than, when we do it once, it's like basically we override the file, we write what we got here. But when we do it twice, it's basically going to append at the end, right? So now let's take a look at this where, what's called again? So we're going to do under temp, right? Because we know we can write that right over there. We're going to call it text.txt. Easy enough to be able to do that. So it's basically every time that the cron job will run, it will basically write, this is a test as a new line every time in there. And again, that's a little bit small. So let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Yeah, good. So now let's save the changes. Okay. I'm just going to get out of there. Am I able to get back in? I'm able to. Cd temp. Are we able? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Siri talks to me now. There was temp here. There's nothing yet. It's possible as well that maybe this one does not allow us to write in there. So we may have to do it a little bit differently. But tmp/text, it txt rep test. May have to give it a bit of time to get through it. It's root. Who has access to this one? It's hard to tell. Which do I have? NC? We have NC. So worst case scenario, we can probably put NC over here and then use our other server or other machine to be able to get it done. Maybe it does not have, maybe it does not have access to be able to write there. Let's take a look again, just to make sure we didn't make any mistake. ChatGPT is hung up. Oh. Where was... it's interesting. I thought I was on the web page with the information. Oh, that was ChatGPT that was giving to me. Okay, so path to script. That should be fine. We do it like this. I want it to run as often as possible. There you go. Let's give it a try with this. Yeah, so that's basically what I was saying. It should be able to do it. Let's do copy here. Let's go back again to our place. Unable. Oh, I didn't see that. Aborted browser. Interesting. Okay, let's do a paste over here. Oh, hold on. I'm going to do, instead, I'm going to do a Control Z. I'm going to do echo this. And then I'm going to come here. Okay. Nano. No, echo. No, I'm going to do a nano. It's going to be easier this way. And then it's going to be, I'm going to call it script.sh. Oh, a nano's not found. I guess may have to be VI. Oh, VI is there. Okay, so basically what we're going to do with the script, the bash script, is just going to do the same thing. So instead of calling directly something like this, that might be a little bit too complex for the task to run, we're just going to call it an actual script. So that might be the reason why it's not actually working. Okay, so now press I'm not too sure what happened there. Okay, give me a second. Let's quit and force it. Let's do that again. IV escape and right Q. So when I do the column there, it goes down at the bottom, and then W for write and Q for quit. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to do a chmod again. I'm just going to go with like everything, and it's going to do it to script. So you can see here, script has like pretty much everything, right? Allowed. Now what we're going to do here is to go directly to TMP script.sh. Okay, so everybody or everything should be able to run with this. Control C, enable again. Okay, interesting. If I do copy here, yeah, it's the exact same thing. Okay, so let's give it a try again. Control C, Control V. So I see here lots of chat. Thank you, Hack the Box, for and Natasha to keep talking there. We still on my stream here, I still see 31 people in the stream, which is great. Good. So Hack the Box. By the way, why not have a video in the Academy explaining something like Malvik? Oh, look at that. That's good. Would definitely hit up a sure luck with you. This is awesome work, Malvik. Hoping to help out Meetup more in the future. Jex, yeah. I mean, like, this is what I do most of the time. I do love teaching. I teach at university. I teach at the government, federal, and provincial here in Canada. So it's very fun for me to be able to do that and to be able to go even deeper, because obviously I got experience with the blue team, and I have experience as well with the red team. So, well, I mean, like, my experience on the red team is a little bit limited probably compared to the blue team, but there's so much more that I was able to accomplish, let's say, by getting my OSCP and then doing these CTFs as well. So stay tuned. And Natasha, if you like this, join the Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup, like the Ottawa part of it. Well, Hack the Box as well too. But what I'm saying is, when there's like CTFs coming up around on Discord, I do advertise them and I do create teams. So that's a way for you to be able to join us and then be able to be, let's say, on Discord and then start tagging along together. Last year, it's in 2024, on the business CTF, we did rank 37. Most of the time we were close to the red team, the Microsoft red team, and then the Google team as well too. I think towards the end they were able to beat us by 10 ranks, but I mean, it was a good competition, and I knew someone from the red team at Microsoft, so that's what I was telling my team. I'm like, I mean, we're 7, they're 30. Okay, so just to start with, that was a big differentiator. And we figured out a way to be able to score a lot of great points. So that was great to see this. Good. So yeah, and then for the other one was the so 37 out of like 950 something teams. And then the other one, the Apocalypse, we just finish like that one. We didn't have the same skills at that point, but we did finish like 127th out of like, I think it was like 10,000 teams or so. So I think it's quite hard to be able to beat the first one in this case. Good. I know it's something the community is looking for. Hack the Box, very good lessons. Sometimes, oh, there we go. Hack the Box, very good lessons. Sometimes it is difficult to understand some lessons through writing. It would be good to add a video to them. There is no problem with the price. Well, that's a very good comment, and that's something I already brought up to Hack the Box in the past. And just so you know, we're currently doing it with Hack the Box right now through the partnership I have with them. So yeah, so that's good. We're tagging along with this, and that's going to be added value. There is also ways to be able to get some sort of training through Malvik Security and Hack the Box as a team, if you understand what I mean. And if you're not sure, just reach out to me. I'll explain more details. At the end of the day, Hack the Box is getting, like you're getting basically a 1-year membership with them. So you can do all the courses, and then we do like live training like this. And we also have videos coming up to be able to explain a lot of the different things. For example, for Bug Bounty Hunter, right? There's a bunch of different courses, and we go through examples and so on. Good. Hack the Box, a new subscription plan can be added that include video at a good price. People like to subscribe to that. Yes. Good. All right. Either way, I'll leave it to that, and then I'll keep going over here so we can finish this part. So let's remove this. That was the old one, and I got the new one. And can I save it there? Unable to save content X. Oh, I'm not sure why this one does not work. There's something probably I'm doing that's wrong a little bit, but it's basically the same thing as what a cron tab would be, right? So if I put it there, is that going to work? No, there is something that's blocking it. I'm not too sure exactly what blocks it. I would need to go a little bit deeper and give it a try to some other stuff, because it should be working. So there's a space in between all of them. It should go to script. Should I do it just like that? Maybe that's what it doesn't like. TMP. Should I just do that? It says unable to save content XHR, I guess. Aborted my browser. So if I do this and we go see our friends. All right. So have a great night, Ottawa. Enjoy the holidays. Great Walt Malvik. Hope to hear from you soon. You're gonna hear from me all the time. I'm not done. I'm not done. That's a long-term relationship. Not that I have a ring right now to put on you, but if you understand what I mean, right? Let's say PG here. But this is something that's, I'll be honest with you. I've done, let's say, EC councils. I've done offensive security. I got my OSCP as well. And a lot of times since 2018, I went to Hack the Box when I discovered them. Came back to Hack the Box afterwards, right? As I was trying to learn OSCP. And to do my OSCP, what do you guess I did? I used Hack the Box to get my my OSCP. So I bought pretty much all the courses that I thought from the academy was good. And yeah, so then I did them. I did my OSCP. I had a couple of questions. I went there, and then that worked out well. One of my friends did the same thing too, and then he was looking for something specific that was not really thought into the OFSEC courses, and he found it directly on their Hack the Box Academy. And that's how he was able to go further and pass his exam. So just to give you an example there. Perfect, good. I got another comment here. I need to take this one off. Maybe his future is Malvik and Academy Hack the Box video. Oh, I like it. I like that. I like that. Big fan of Hack the Box. Just so you know, big fan. Good. All right. What else there is? I'm wondering why this one does not want to work. That could be a good question. That could be a good question. Thank you, Natasha, for participating in the good comments. Do we have more people still in the chat? I'd like to hear from you. And Hack the Box is right as well. The Sherlocks are quite good. So if you haven't had the chance to be able to do Sherlocks, I highly recommend it. In the last 3 months that we had the Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup, we actually hit Sherlocks, which is phenomenal. There is some in there eventually that we should try to take a look at. They're like malware analysis and stuff like that. So that could be very interesting. So either way, let's go back here. Let's take a look. Like this one should work. Even like backup. Yeah, even this one. Oh, timeout. Maybe that's the reason why it was not working. Do I have an issue with my my stuff here? I'm not. Oh, yeah, I need to go back to this. That's the reason. See? When you play around left and right, you just don't realize the stuff you do. No. Okay, so let's do it again. Let's go back ChatGPT. I'll just copy this to make it easy. Copy. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we paste it here. We do the same thing again that we've done, which is going to modify the cron job. Go back here, TMP, and this one was, what was the name of the file that I created? Script.sh. Is it still the same thing? Yeah, script.sh. Script.sh. And then let's press save. There we go. That was the only thing. I forgot to put back on the proxy here. So it was kind of hung up. Like ChatGPT right now is not hung up because it does not have access to the internet. It's on the proxy chain, right? So that's the reason why it's doing this. And the reason why this one wouldn't work, it's because I was not on a proxy chain. So there we go. So see, cat text. This is a test. So if we keep looking at it, eventually we should have another line and then another line. So probably every minute or so, we're going to be able to get this. So we're just going to wait for another one and then see the actual results of it. So basically, if you put yourself a script somewhere, right, where nobody knows it is, you could give yourself access all the time. Should you do that? Well, you should do that in controlled environment, right? Or where you're supposed to, or you're allowed to do it. Yeah, because if I go here, for example, and now we're going to do a, whoops, I'm going to do a nano. on script. So vi on script.sh. Okay, I do I to be able to edit it. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase this. Right. So if I go back onto my terminal, no, not this one, not this one. Okay, we need a new one. That's the fun of doing all of this. I go back here, and then now I do my cat, and then go to home, which is a tiddly thing. It is possible. So if you're looking to be able to keep them into a location where it won't be deleted, right? You should probably think about that. If you do put it into, let's say, the dev like /dev/shm, which is memory, it would be deleted for sure. In temp, it depends. I would assume that there's a possibility, but there's other location you can actually do it. Yeah, TMP, that's the temporary. So there's a possibility that it could be removed at the end. So it's all depending on the machine that you're working on, or how it has been configured, right? So it is possible. All right, so now if I go back here, oh, that's what I just realized. That's what I should have done. I just realized here, mirror camera. There we go. I should have done that way before. Now, so I can look at my stuff instead of looking away from the screen the way I was doing it earlier. Okay, so I do this. I copied it over there. I'll just copy it again just in case. Paste it here. Okay, then we're gonna escape. Well, I press escape there. Okay, colon, right, so W, quit Q, and then press enter. And we can do a cat on script sh. Okay, so we see it there. Now it goes to text. We do a also, oh, cron tab. Maybe I can take a look at cron tab.e. See, it's already there. That's the one, right? So we can see that root is actually doing it in this case, right? And I did it with the other panel. So if I didn't have access before and I created this way, that's a way to be able to start establishing persistence, right? So let's take a look a little bit further down now. I'm going to just quit. I did modify nothing in there. But here in our case, what we're going to do is vi script.text. But now we're going to, I can't remember exactly what's the one to go faster. Can I do and? Oh, there we go. Okay. So now instead of this, let's take a look what we're going to do. I'm going to press I and delete. I go to root /.ssh. Okay, / authorized. Oh, is it a W? Authorized keys. I think it's like that. Yeah, let's give it a try with this. I think that's what it is. Worst case scenario, I'll just change it, right? And then I'll press enter. Not press enter, escape, right, and quit. I'm gonna do a cat on the script. So now we can see here it's going to authorize keys. Let's do a cat lsla on root.ssh. Is it writing? Okay. It has nothing. Oh, it was in the other one. Yeah, that's right. It's in the other one. So let's do something else. SSH keygen. Oh, there's no SSH keygen. Where did it put the keys? Okay, let's do a find / name. Okay, so / gonna take a look at the root over here, and then the name that we're looking for, which is basically authorized. I'm just gonna stop there. Okay, and what I'm gonna do here is gonna go to dev null. So any error, I don't want to see them. That's basically what it's gonna do. We're trying to simplify this, and we don't have any authorized keys. That is interesting. So you know what? I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but I'll give it a try anyway. We're going to do I don't know if I can do it before, but a grep. Okay. So grep dash I. So I don't care about upper. Well, I guess no, I care about that. I would have been like uppercase and lowercase, so it doesn't matter about it. So if I write A, it's going to look for both uppercase and lowercase. But in my case, I guess it doesn't matter. What I'm looking for is basically probably just this, like a couple of string here. And then we're going to do here, paste it there, and then press enter. So the R is recursive. It's going to go through everything to try to find this specific string that's going to be found onto one of the files. Because I don't know where the file is put, and I look for authorized, and maybe that's somewhere else. Maybe I can ask ChatGPT at the same time. Let me see. Let's ask ChatGPT to guide us in our journey. Where is the authorized keys under the Open WRT OS? Let's try this. Good. SSH, that's what it says. Oh, drop bear. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's what it was. Okay, let's go take a look. So let's go to Etsy. Yeah, it was fine. Etsy, drop bear, authorized keys. There you go. Cat authorized keys. So is that mine? 3Y94. Yeah, that's mine. Okay, so that's exactly where we would need to put that. So we do PWD. PWD. There we go. Drop bear, and then the other place. So copy. Yeah, so VI temp, and then we have the script at the end. To be able to modify it. Oh, keys. We're going to leave it there, right? We're just going to change it here. Control Shift V to paste in there, and I got there authorized keys. All right, write and quit. Perfect. So we should be good to go. Let's give it a try, or let's take a look. Cats tmp script.sh drop bear authorized keys. Okay, so now we should be pretty much good to go. So every time there is something that happens, right? That script is being how can I say that? Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about this two things at the same time. So I'm going to do a test here, or test. Oh, see, look, it did test a couple of times, and then did this at one point because I didn't change it, and then did this at another point when it changed it. So basically speaking, now, if somebody decide that they want to remove this because they found it, right? They could. It's still going to happen again because the cron job is going to call the script. We should need also to obfuscate the script because we don't want this to be happening all the time, right? So if I take a look here and I do, let's say, LSLA, and I do RM authorized keys, right? If I remove this completely, it's removed. If I do accept now, right? I don't have access. See? I'm blocked. So if I give it a couple minutes because it has been removed, but then they have not found all the artifacts around that place, there is a possibility that I'm going to be able to take access again on that machine. We just have to wait a little bit of time. Like, we already know the password because I set it up myself, which is hack the box. So while we wait for this, maybe I should ask a question here. It's been great to be able to see all the interaction here, and we got Hack the Box as well coming along, and then wishing us happy holidays, which is great. Loving it. And I think it's time to ask a question. Which question should I ask for a 1 month VIP plus for Hack the Box directly on the main labs? That could be there. Let's say, I mean, we got 30 people here. Hopefully, most of you were here most of the time, right? Hopefully. So I'm going to try to ask a question about what I've asked earlier, right? Or what I demonstrated earlier. Okay, so if you guys remember, if we have an application and a database, if we need to protect it, how do we protect it if we don't want to sanitize from the server or we don't want to sanitize from the device? Which device in front of it, in front of the application, but after a firewall, would actually do the trick? Your answer can be answered. You can. Sorry, yeah, David T. There you go. This is great, David. So you get another one. No, you can not. You get another one, but you get one because you didn't get one this week for sure. Thank you very much, David T, for participating and then remembering the question I was talking about. So a WAF, web application firewall, which has different signature directly in there. There you go. Thanks. Exactly. Different signatures than what a firewall will have with an IPS and an IDS in there, which is meant for detect and prevent, but not necessarily for the same use case, right? So web application firewall. So David T, you have yourself another month for yourself of Hack the Box VIP Plus. There we go. I got it. And we have one more left. And hopefully we can find someone that's going to be deserving it. Well, I mean, like Natasha, I hope you're going to be able to get one. You've been very active. I appreciate it. All right, let's give it a try. There we go. See? So it was just a matter of time for me to wait a little bit and then be able to get access. So I was just waiting for the script to go through. They deleted it, and then eventually it went back. So obviously, do you want to get this to trigger every minute? Probably not, because there would be a lot of files entered into that specific place, right? If we can remember, it's under etc drop bear and then the authorized keys that we have here, and we can see it's already 3 times there. So yeah, so that's how we're going to be able to keep persistence over here, right? If we wanted to, there'd be also another way to be able to get a whole thing, like a whole sort of automation, being able to get this done completely. And that'd be to just like get an automation here to go to the other server, right? Or the other machine, which we have currently over, no, not here. Okay, let's close this one. So we have one that's going on over here, right? Which is its name, it's Attica01. I think there's more than one, but Attica01 is the one that I'm connected on right now, which I'm like, we compromised initially with Open PLC. So that's one possibility. And then this one should also query our machine or the command and control, the C2, basically, to be able to get something else out of it. All right. So then we can automate the whole thing, and we could basically just compromise the whole service altogether. Yeah. Oh, I gotta learn. Thank you again, David. You're there to save me. Maybe I need to put it a little bit more to the right. Good. All right. So we've learned a lot of stuff over here. We've learned about how to be able to navigate left and right from one place to another, right? Especially when we use stuff like this. We could have used another tool, right? To be able to do that. It's called S-Shuttle. Sorry, no, SSH. Well, yeah, S-Shuttle, basically. If I bring it here onto one of those, there we go. If I bring it here, S-Shuttle, right? If I press enter, that's another one that can be very useful, where you're going to be able to do that. In our case, let's say we want to do a proxy chain. proxy chain. We can do a bunch of stuff, right? We could do, let's say, a ping. Potentially, I'm not sure if it's going to go through. That one, right? So no, it's not going to get through. Can we do a curl? I'm quite sure we can do curl though. Curl, yeah, there we go. So we can see, we can do curl. Are we able to do nmap? We're going to be limited there, unfortunately. But if we are able, I'll just do on one port so you can see. So we know that port 22 is open, right? So this one here is going to show filtered. And this is an issue sometimes with these type of things. I need to do a, don't do the ping, because the ping, we just tested it. It does not work. So -pn is exactly what I just did. And here we see port 22 TCP filtered SSH, right? So that's the biggest issue. But we already know that it works because we're connecting on, if I do exit instead, we're connecting over here using SSH. If I bring it up a little bit higher, right? We have the proxy SSH and it works. It's port 22. I did not specify any other ports than this. So that's the issue that we have with that. S shuttle, which unfortunately would work with this right now in our case. Maybe I could try. I'm not sure if it's going to work 100%. I don't know if you can actually do, let's say, the same thing as this and do a S shuttle. Let me try real quick. I don't want to beat it too much, right? Okay, let's do S shuttle route. Okay, it's the IP, the port. Oh, that's L. Okay, I got to do R, I think. R for remote, user root, and then I guess that was the same thing, 192.168.1.1. Because if we use two different proxies, I think it might work, but I'm not too sure. I don't think so. And then the port. So is that how we do it? No. There's something wrong with it. Oh yeah, I think we got to do this too. It's like 0.0.0.0. And then let's go to, I think it's port 1080. So we're saying like any IP that we're gonna enter is gonna go there, right? Oh no, that's right. That's not that. It's not that. 192.168.1.0/24. I think that's more that. Trying to remember. Like when you don't, like I said, when you don't use those tools quite often, it's quite hard to remember them all. But I'm quite sure it may not work. Okay. That doesn't work. If we do, can we do this with L local 127.0.0.1? Already used. I'm not sure that's going to work well. No. Do I have not nano netstat? ANTUP. Do I have port 22 enabled? Yeah, I got 22 enabled here. Okay, I guess we can sort of try it. I guess I need to get my credentials. Probably not the best thing to do, but on the stream, my credentials. Malvik. Either way, I'm going to turn it off soon. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter really. I showed you this, but I'm going to need it later on. Okay. Some of my credentials, the credentials they create on the machine. So don't think this is my password. S shuttle. So we're going to say Malvik. Whoops. We need -R Malvik. I might break the machine too. So we shall see how it goes. Malvik, then 127.0.0.1, and we're gonna do, I don't know, 0.0.0. Line 2. Oops. 168 dots. Can write 68.1.1. 24. Let's just do that like this for now. See if it works. Yes, and then the password is right there. I think I copied it, but just in case. Paste, enter. So connected to server. So now, basically speaking, this is a way to be able to route everything, right? So I would have been able to route other stuff. So if you get access onto a machine, and that's something that could be interesting eventually to do, right? It would be to do a pro lab. Pro lab could be very interesting. There is, let's say, one of those easy machines that we could go through. That could be, oh yeah, I think that could be very interesting to do this. So there's a machine called, what's it called? Labs. Is that labs? Let's do hack the box. Hackthebox.com. There we go. Log in. Do I need to, again, enter all my credentials? I should not have to. There we go. Labs. And then we have Pro Labs over here. There's Full House Dante. There we go. I got 27. I didn't finish the whole thing, but it was very cool. And this one could be very interesting to just like go through it. Use this, but also use something like pentest.ws. I made a mistake. .ws. So it's basically a tool set where do I have access? Let me a second. Let me see if I can just get in real quick. I don't know if it works. Oh, it works. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at that. So it could be a very good practice for fun, right? Where we can create an engagement. So we get in there. My password, no, I never made that, but I'm scared of doing it. Normally I'm using password manager. So in general, I should not, my password should not be showing up, but it could potentially happen. There's at one point I went on, however, I went on, I click on a link, which brought me to LinkedIn and brought me to my LinkedIn with a bunch of different information and my contact and stuff like that. I was like, oh shit, that's sorry, my language, but that was one of those mistakes that I didn't like doing. But there's not much you can do about it, unfortunately. You got to go change your passwords, and I can tell you, I got tons of passwords. Since everything is on a password manager, right, which is like not the one from Apple, because obviously you guys know I'm using Apple. I'm using completely different. I'm also using 2FA plus a YubiKey to be able to help me out and make sure that everything is fine. And that's the thing, is to try to keep myself as secure as possible. But it will happen at one point. My password will go through, and that's gonna suck. So yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, what I was thinking about that could be very interesting is to start doing eventually some of those pro labs, right? I don't mind paying for them, being able to get access to that. And what would be the goal is to go through an actual environment that has like 14 machines. And now you can see here that we have basically a bunch of different machines that we could get. So we have the test engagement. So basically we could call it Dante, for example, right? This one could be like a client that we could add eventually. We can add summaries and so on, which is good. Now, okay, we have a host over here. So IP address. So let's say we have 10.10.1.12, right? We can put it a label, a type, which is a workstation, operating system, Windows. We can also bring some other machine. So if I can add this host, can bring nmap in there, right? There's even a write-up that you can put there. You got your host, add port that are in there. That's your stuff you can get in. Nmap XML, you see here, or a masscan XML. And we could basically do a full pen test all together for fun, right? Then at the end of the day, we have a report that will be basically based out of the same type of report that we would have to deliver to a company. So that could be a very good way to be able to sell yourself as a student, saying, look, I've done pen tests on 2 environments, and this is how I describe all my stuff. This is my report, how professional it is, and all that stuff. So hire me. So yeah, so that's something that could be done. That could be very interesting. And that's something that interests you guys. Is there anything else in there? Yeah, you can put all your, like, find local DNS servers. So basically you can come to commands and then start entering your commands, right? Add a command there, and then you can add, let's say if you have already an IP, you can put them there, the OS category command that you have put there. So depending if it's Windows, so that you can start changing them. And then eventually, as you're moving along, you're going to be able to do a lot better with it, right? So if you encountering a Windows machine that has, let's say, MySQL or Microsoft SQL, at that point, you could just like say, look, this is Microsoft SQL, and bang, you get all your commands that you would normally use to it, and you'd be able to go from there, right? So that's something that could be very good for all of us to be able to do that. Oh, we can see there's like some sort of a DevOps. So if we say that this one goes to JF, then the next one's going to go, we have Natasha. There we go. And then she gets a machine. Natasha gets a machine. There we go. So that's how we can assign machines to others, like almost kind of like DevOps. Which is good. I like that. I need to use it eventually. I've always been thinking about it, but I think it's going to be time soon to actually do that. So engagement credentials. Oh, you find creds. Find creds, you put them there. So that could be a very good way, see, to be able to actually do something comprehensive. But we're not able to do it as a hobby tier. So that's all right. There's tools. CyberChef, if you guys don't know about it. CyberChef. The website is free. If you're talking about Pentest WS. Do we have price here somehow? Account settings, membership settings, maybe? I'm not paying for it right now. I got the free tier. Tier pricing. Okay, there we go. So here you're limited a little bit, right? So if we take a look at the command library, we can be a little bit limited. We have hosts that can be a little bit limited, but this is something we can work as a team eventually, right? And just make it happen there. So that's something I can probably take a look. Maybe I can reach out to them eventually and try to see if we can get like a small team offering for a small price. I mean, like hobby tier is good enough. We don't need something like a pro tier in this case, but that could be very interesting. But yeah, it's free for a bunch of different things, but you cannot put everything there. General command library, general notes library, service command library, scratchpad. Yeah. Import and map. Is there like a limit 5 to 2 hosts? Okay, scratchpad on 2 hosts. That's fine. No big deal. Are we able to? I go here to dashboard. Lunch. I want to see all hosts. I thought I created a couple. Oh, you can create a bunch of 10 that. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Hold on, I'm gonna do it here. I got another screen here. 15 IPs that are random. Okay, so yeah, because the thing is, I mean, like I can write stuff here forever, but it's gonna take a while. I don't want no number line. There we go. Copy, paste, bang, add host. See, they're all in the left. So now you can start populating them. You find them, you put them there. Put the notes, puts the port. So I guess there's no limit. on what you can actually do. So if we have our actual scan that we just did, we could actually just put it there. Scat import. Yeah, there we go. Let's close this. There's a bunch of files that are not necessarily relevant to you guys. At least it's not passwords. Yeah, so that's it. That's what it is. Good. Good, perfect. So I mean, like we've learned a ton on that machine. There is some stuff that we could have done. Maybe we could go here. Here there was 2 ports that was there. Oh, how many TC port are open on a remote host? That was 2, maybe 3. Oh, 2. Okay, there we go. What is the password for the web application? Open PLC. Okay, I'm going to do a refresh. Okay, there we go. This one, what was it again? Open PLC exploit. It was this one. CVE, Control C. Let's go back here. No, not here. This one. Paste it there. That's what it is. Which endpoint contains the code editor where you can compile the, that was /hardware. I don't know why it keeps telling me it's red. See, I got some stuff I need to deactivate. It's not password, but I mean, where's that thing again? Manage extension. So let me just come back here on this one instead. I'll just deactivate that thing so I don't have to. I mean, emails are pretty much shared all across the board, but just to take them off. As it says your name, username. There you go. Okay, so it's gone. All right. So what user is the web application running as? It's running as root. Okay. Submit the flag located on the root user. We can easily do that if we wanted to. We're gonna quit this. I'm just gonna make sure that oops, no, not that. Oop. Was it there? Yeah, I think that should be good. Okay, so cat root. So I have it here because I'm gonna kill the other one and I need to get access to them. All right, so city root. Whoops. City root. User. There we go. Okay. We're going to copy this, bring it here, and then paste it there. Submit. Oh, did I put the wrong one? No, that's users. Copy. Okay. It's not going to work. That's right. I just remembered. Because I'm not using the same machine over here. See what I was telling you earlier? So I would need, can I? Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Either way, I guess I can probably bring the other machine in over here so you guys can actually see it. Hack the box. There we go. I'm going to bring it here. So walk through. Not walk through. Yeah, play machine. There we go. So we had the CVE, the hardware, the root, and then the flag was there, submitted. I'll bring this back a little bit bigger. Flag is submitted. What is the name of the wireless interface on the target machine, which is WLAN 0? What is the ESSID of the detected access point, PLC router? What is the Wi-Fi password of the access point that we found out earlier? That's exactly what it is when we did the one shot and the Pixie DOS exploit. What is the what is the router's IP address? Got it. How many TCP ports are open on the router? What is the operating system of the router running? So, sorry, I'm here. When we log in, no, not this one. We can see here, open WRT, right? That's exactly what it is. There's BusyBox, open WRT is written there too. So 23.05.2. So that's the exact one that's there. Where's my, is it here? Yeah. And then submitted the flag that we own the machine. So basically we've done pretty much everything in this case. And we answered all the questions and we finished the machine. Good. We still have lots of people. Wow. I'm quite impressed about the attendance that we have. Maybe we should do more and more often. This is good. Do you guys have any questions for me? I mean, that's pretty much conclusion. Oh, I guess I had a question as well. I mean, if you guys still want to discuss, I don't mind discussing another like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We can still go through questions. But there is something on the blue side that we could actually talk about a bit more, right? Some talking points that could be very interesting for some people here, a little bit more on the blue team side. If I come here. Thank you very much. I appreciate Natasha. So some of the stuff that you guys can do to be able to help yourself out, to protect yourself against those type of attacks, right? So it could be like turn off the SSID broadcasting. Okay. Is that going to stop everything? No. However, it might just stop a couple people that don't know more than this, right? That's one thing. Second thing, make sure you use the strongest encryption that you can. So WPA3 is the strongest one. You're going to try that. Keep in mind, if you're using devices, or if you know that people has devices like this, right, into your house, let's say iRobot or something like that inside their house. I have WPA3 on my router, but I have a iRobot as well too. So it's not using WPA3, right? So it's not working as great. So if you have devices like this, a flipper, I was able within about like, I knew my password, but let's say if you remove the cracking offline, you can actually get an access point like this over there. So even though all my devices are as protected as possible, and now they're segregated onto their own SSID and client isolation as well too, right? Which is a little bit more of a enterprise-like feature, if you understand what I mean there. It's going to protect you as much as it can. However, people can still get in. So if they, like you have, let's say, iRobot on your system, and then you use a Flipper 0 to be able to get access or to do deauth and potentially doing offline brute forcing, eventually they will find the password. So if it's not complex enough, it's going to be feasible to find it. So you want to be able to protect yourself as much as possible with the toughest encryption, and not just a small password. You could try to do MAC filtering, right? But this is not necessarily a true mitigation, because MAC, you can fake it, you can spoof it. So that's a possibility to be able to do that, right? So you just want to be careful with this. Maybe I want to get back with my face a bit bigger here. There you go. So you're going to be able to do MAC filtering in this case. So that's something that if you think that's doing a MAC is going to help out to do everything, no. And how do you think that people are going to be able to figure it out, MAC filtering, right? It's because they know they have the right password for some reason. They're trying to get in, they're getting refused. But they're seeing that there's other devices online. So what they can do is they can take a look at the actual MAC address that those people are connecting to the Wi-Fi, right? So that's going to be another way to be able to get in there, which is wrong, unfortunately, but it is feasible. The router, don't leave it to default credentials. You got the admin password. Normally it could be in there. Change it. If you can change also the username, change it. Change it to something else completely different. Don't keep it. Don't leave it as admin. Just put something else. The chances are much smaller at that point that somebody's going to be able to get through just the credentials piece, right? Unless there's a vulnerability somewhere else. Yeah, so other stuff like OpenPLC, try to keep it into a separate air-gapped location. That's going to make it a lot easier to be able to do that, to protect yourself against anything that could be happening. I had other talking points real quick. If you allow me a second, for some reason, I thought I had it here. I guess I lost it. Oh yeah, okay. Patch management, vulnerability mitigation. We can talk about patching. It's hard sometimes to be able to patch, and understanding how many devices you have in your network, especially if you're on your own. If you're in a company, as long as you have a good CMDB, which is a good database of all the assets that you have, like not just like physical hardware, but we're talking about, let's say, software. We're talking about like services. We're talking about all kinds of stuff. You cannot defend what you don't know. So this is why it's extremely important to have that. What do you mean, can Philippines access Bluetooth? Because you should have it. If you have a phone, you should have Bluetooth on it, isn't it? Like a phone? Or even an iPad? So should be able to access it. Everybody should have access to that. Good. I'll let you answer, and then I'll keep looking here. So network segmentation. Talking about isolation. So if you can do that, it's perfect. If you need to have a couple of computers or a couple of devices on the same network, you can try to isolate them, segment them with VLANs, for example. So that's a way to be able to do that. IoT should not be mixed with the rest of the production systems as much as possible. We know that the fish tank got basically hacked into a Colorado casino. So that's something that's there. You want to be able to separate and make sure that you protect your crown jewels, we call it. Okay, so I have a router and the settings that cannot change the username. Does it mean that it has been modified by a third party? No, it means that potentially they just don't want you to change it. So if you have more of an enterprise-like router, the chances are higher you're going to be able to change it. But if you're not able to change it, it might just be hard-coded. So if you want to do that, you might have to go in the back end and change a couple of things, which I would prefer to tell you I do not recommend if you're not experimenting in that sense. If you just want to give it a try it on something you don't really care, right? And why I'm saying this is because if you brick it or if you make a mistake and it renders it more open, you're not going to be in trouble. That's the main thing, right? WPS, turn that off. Never think about using it. Just turn it off. Control your Wi-Fi string, right? If you're right next to the Wi-Fi and you don't need to go further than this to be able to get access to your Wi-Fi, bring down the dBs if you can. Not every Wi-Fi like access point is going to be able to do it, depending on the quality, or if it's an enterprise like. Mine are able to do it, but I'm using entry point enterprise kind of device, right? So that's the reason why I'm able to do that. And that's the reason why you would want to actually do it, because if you reduce the strength of the power, it means that it's much harder for people to go on the outside and then pick up that you're there. So they either need a super strong directional antenna to be able to get there. Still possible, but you're limiting the chances that somebody's going to do, let's say, war driving and then find you at that point. If you don't know what war driving is, it's basically just like going around and then and just picking up different type of Wi-Fi's and reporting it basically on a website or whatever, or in your own database, right? And it could be trying to accumulate that over time and then know exactly where all the Wi-Fi's are and potentially try to attack them eventually. Good. Another thing too that could be happening that we didn't really talk about, and that's something that I have it somewhat at heart for that. Can I bring it back there? Client, is it going to work? SSH. Okay, there we go. Is there normally if we go to var, there's logs. Oh, there's nothing in there. Okay, maybe in Etsy, drop bear. I'm not sure if there's anything in there. No. It is good to use 5G instead of 2.4 routers. It's not necessary for security, right? So it depends on your use case. So 2.4, there's many devices that are using it, right? So if you take a look at old phones, they're all using it. Walkie-talkie, there's a lot of it that uses it, and so on. So if you have to think about the fact that you want to use 5 gigahertz, right? Let's say on Wi-Fi, that's going to be much better. There's a lot less devices there. So that makes a big difference in the long run onto how much interference you're going to get. Okay, first. Second, if you need to go far, 5G though, it's not going to be good. Right? Doesn't go far, doesn't do well through walls. So you may have to think about it and then just rectify it and then go for 2.4 to be able to go further through walls and so on. Your speed's going to vary at that point, right? You're going to lose more speed with 5G or 5 gigahertz faster, right? But if you're close enough and you have good conditions, it's going to be much faster, much better, much more reliable at that point. So it all depends on what you need to do. I would say if you can afford and you can use a 5G router, yes, you should use that. 2.4, too much interference. And again, it depends where you live. Some people, if you live in a country, doesn't matter really. There's not much interference there, right? If you're not too far, you like one floor up or down and you have no connections, or you have, let's say, 2 bars and nothing goes through for some reason, it might be the interference there, right? It could be also 3 bars and there's nothing that goes through, even though your internet with cable works well. It could be, again, because Wi-Fi is not strong enough. Your router may need to be changed. And then the location where you're at may have too much interference depending on the devices. I used to be in a that's something I can probably show. I don't think it's going to matter that much. So if I go to, oh yeah, hold on. I just want to make sure that it's not going to show right away. I'm going to put map. I guess I can just use it on that machine. That's going to be better. Yeah. Okay, so let's go here on map. It's not going to show my actual location. Okay, so, well, you can see here that's Ottawa. I used to live, where is it at? There you go, Cold Lake. Okay, so Cold Lake, I think it's right there. Yeah. If I put the map, I used to live in this house, right? Over there, my Wi-Fi was crap. But there's tons of houses there, right? But the thing is that people don't pay attention enough, right? There's a military base right there. Yeah, so you understand what I mean? So there's lots of interference that can come in from another location that's further away from you. So it doesn't mean it's like the people around you that are just screwing you up, unfortunately. And then if we zoom out a little bit more, that's Primrose Lake. Take a look. There's another location here. There's the weather, there's like radars, there's like a bunch of stuff that are here. So, whoops, the other way around. So as much as you'd like to say it depends on where you go, depends what's happening. You see here again, can forces base Primrose. So that's what you got to think, or you got to consider at that point. Need to zoom out. Yeah, if you use the the old alpha devices are not finding 5G. It's quite possible. It depends on which one you actually use. I should probably just remove this. Yeah, so it depends. Oh, you guys weren't seeing it. I was just talking about something, you didn't see it. All right, let me show you here. That's what I meant over here. I was talking about something you should have told me. So that's Ottawa, right? That's where we're at. And that's where I used to live. Hold on. Okay. So that's where I used to live here in Cold Lake. Sorry, I meant to show it, and then it just, I forgot to change the screen. So if you take a look here, let's zoom in a little bit more. I used to live in this house over there, right? And the Wi-Fi was super bad. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, like there's a bunch of houses, but it's not because of the houses. It's because of the military base that you have there, right? Which is not that far away, but close enough to be able to have lots of interference. There's lots of F-18s that are taken off from that base. And then if you keep going a little bit higher, there's lots of interference coming from here as well too. Right. So it's all stuff that needs to think about sometimes when you're thinking about it. And this is not a big city. It's a small city, right? There's like 16,000 people in Cold Lake. So maybe 17 though. Just to say. So either way, good. Good. Is there anything else? Cybersecurity awareness and training. This is one of the things that you guys need to keep thinking about. To be able to secure as much as possible those devices. Normally, we want to do security by design and not design something and then keep in mind the security afterwards, because you're going to do double the work. A lot of the features that you may work on may not be feasible anymore, right? So that's something to keep in mind. So you may need to just rethink the way that you design your stuff. Red team, blue team exercises are great for these things. Network monitoring tools, patch management tools, endpoint detection and response. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff that can be done. Are you going to be able to do them all? No. But you have to find a way to be able to manage the CIA triad, right? Can I get the CIA triad real quick? If you're on the blue team. Do I have a better diagram than this? I'm looking for something that's going to be overlapping. Oh, there you go. I might be a little bit more what I'm looking for. Maybe not exactly that, but somewhat similar. Am I able to... yeah, save image. Let's do a save image. Save it there. Can I bring it a little bit bigger? I need to check. Okay. Home folder. And go to Wifinetictwo. There we go. Okay. So confidential, available, or confidentiality, availability, and integrity, right? So that's basically the three things that you need to have. If you start here in the middle, right? This is the happy medium. This is exactly where you're going to try to go as much as possible. If you decide to concentrate yourself too much on confidential and making sure that these things are going to be focused on, you can see here, you're going to be pulling it towards you where your data is way too confidential. And that's an issue there, right? Because now you don't have any availability and you don't have any availability and integrity, right? Well, I mean, integrity, if it's too confidential, it's not moving anywhere, but it's not available to anyone. So again, if you remember about the application database I was talking about earlier, I mean, at that point, if you want to buy your pen, you're not going to be able to because it's too confidential. It's not available, right? If it's too available, it's because, for example, your firewall is implicit allow at that point, which means that everything that has to go through will not be inspected. Like you turn off your IDS, your IPS, and nothing will be inspected, and everybody can just go through easily. That's an issue. So now the integrity, it's going to be bad. Could be also maybe altered or whatever. And if you go too much integrity, again, this is the same thing. So you want to get in the middle, and you can see here somewhat of a good representation, saying that you see the smile here, and that's the middle where you want to. You want to try to hover around where you can keep a happy balance and making sure that your organization is going to be as secure as possible. And if you're a pen test and you have to encounter this, it does not mean it will stop you from being able to get through the organization. So On the blue team, they look at the risk and try to make the best decision out of that and take some risks sometimes because they don't have a choice. They don't have all the money in the world to do that. And then on pen test side, well, I mean, they can figure it out where the biggest hole is and then just exploit this one. So it's feasible. I never heard anyone saying that they were able to protect 100% and there's no hacker that went there. It's not a matter of if you get hacked. It's more a matter of when you get hacked. So keep that in mind. Again, thank you very much for whoever created that picture. I think it's great. The CIA triad, maybe subject. It's opt-in, right? So I just took a picture from the website there. Good. And that's it. VLAN, you guys need to learn about that if you don't know about this on the blue side. You guys have any questions? We're gonna have to ask the last question before I leave. Yeah, I don't see any folks entering any questions here. So I'm gonna ask my last question here for a 1 month a VIP, right? So I already gave one to what's his name? Thunderstruck. There was one for David T. So these two are not allowed to win again. And whoever is on the stream will have a chance to be able to win. So either you are on YouTube or Twitch. I'm not sure if I see people from X. If you're on X and you're able to answer as fast as possible, I'm going to go from my chat. That's going to be showing up there. But the answer needs to be in that location. So recently I was talking about a device that probably everybody knows, and it's white. And that device can be used to de-auth. And I gave the example of iRobot. What is the name of the device that I talked about that can be helping out finding Wi-Fi passwords? This is for our last 1 month VIP Plus from Hack the Box. If you're just tuning in right now and you're not familiar with us and you'd like to be able to keep in contact, you can join our Hack the Box. I'm going to put the banner, Hack the Box Ottawa Meetup page at the line below, and just make sure you join. Once you're there, you're going to need to request access. I will give you access. Then after that, you can access our Discord server as well. And then we can have discussions over there. So there's a bunch of folks out there that are very interesting. I saw it says one person commented. 10:08. No, not that. Another box I was talking about. It's white. Not that one specifically. There's another one that can be used, a little device that's you can hold in your hand and does it all by itself. And it's white in general. Sometimes they put a orange sleeve on it. Yeah, it's white and orange. You have one. There we go. A great device. Natasha, let's go. You can do it. Okay, so little thing here. It's basically the name of, we can call it kind of a fish, kind of. They're very intelligent. Yes, it's a flipper. Oh, there we go. Okay, I didn't see it. Good. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Natasha, you got it. So it's a flipper, or they call it flipper 0, as you can see here. It's reversed. Yeah, it's a little bit reversed. Let me see. Can I get the screen to go a little bit sideways or the other way around? Mirror. There you go. Flipper 0. Now you can read it. So that's what it is. And then the white and orange that we were talking about, that's that. Exactly. So Natasha, make sure that you reach out to me on Discord server, and then I will be able to give you your prize. I got 3 here I need to give. I know David T, just reach out to me on Discord as well. I know that you do normally when you win, which is great. I appreciate that you're here every night, or at least every night that we do streaming. It's very, very appreciated. D, you had the answer as well too. So this is great. So everybody make sure that you sign up. And then once you sign up there on Discord, there's a README first. Click on the little box there at the bottom saying that you agree to the code of conducts, rules, and guidance. And then you're going to get access to everything. Or if you see me there, just, no, not the flipper. It's the Hack the Box VIP Plus, 1 month VIP Plus from Hack the Box. So you're going to be able to access those machines like what I can show you here. Hold on. Is it this? No, this. So it's basically giving you access to this location, this page, right? Where if you go here on machines, you can play with the machines. You can play with retired machines. If I just remove the Wi-Fi here, there is like well over probably 500-600 machines right now by this time that you can actually go and hack, right? So it's basically an actual laboratory where you can do all your stuff. There's like, what do you call it again? Seasons now that they're doing over here, right? So sometimes you can do them. Or no, the seasons are over now. Or season 6. Season 6. Yeah, it's right there. So yeah, season 6 is here. Vice, season 7 is coming in 22 days. You can see here. There's also challenges, right? So those challenges are very, very close to what you're going to find out on CTFs, right? So you got a bunch of different challenges here. So depending on what you're looking for, we can go to active, categories, blockchains, crypto, forensics, game pwn, hardware, miscellaneous, mobile, OSINT, pwn, reversing, web. So no, Flipper Zero. I mean, I don't know where you live. It might be hard to be able to give you a Flipper Zero directly to your location, depending on laws and so on. And if it comes from me, might be a little bit different. So no, it was just the name I was looking for, not not to give a Flipper Zero. Good. Yeah, so you get access there. Sherlock, also very, very good, where you're going to be able to do, let's say, digital forensics and incident response. Oh, yeah. Where are you? Is it the country you were talking about earlier, the Philippines? And for you, D, you're saying it's very difficult to use. What do you mean by this? Is there like any particular things that you're talking about? I've been able to copy cards with it. Obviously, if you start going a little bit deeper into the security of things, it might be a little bit harder. But some of those easy ones are super easy. Like my garage door, that's something else I should also do. I should actually do a stream at one point with this and use the Flipper Zero to hack my garage door and show it to you at the same time how easy it is. Like after reception, took me about 2 hours to hack my Wi-Fi and hack my garage door. So if you think about it, I mean, you hack garage door of someone. Is everyone or anyone, I mean, sorry, there's probably a lot, but there's probably a lot of people as well not locking their doors that goes from the garage to the inside, right? So once you get access to the garage door, you could also get access to the inside of the house. So there's a lot of pre-installed app for Flipper, but creating your own script requires some knowledge. What firmware do you use? Very true on this. I think I'm using the Extreme. Yeah, I'm using the Extreme. Quite sure that's the one I've been using lately. But I have not attempted this. So if you're talking about difficulty on creating your own stuff, yes. Oh yeah, you can hack Wi-Fi with it. Yeah. I mean, am I able to show it here? Hold on. I might be able to. Let me see if I can get the do I have the flipper? The Q flipper, I got it. So I think I could probably do it. Give me a second. think I got the cable here. Yeah, I got it there. Hold on. Present. Up the screen. Share screen window. There you go. There you go. So that's basically the one. Whoops, I pressed on something by mistake. Sorry, I apologize for that. No, not WPS, WPA. That's what I'm talking about, right? Oh, is it not showing? Is there a way to? I thought I could show you all my stuff there. I don't want to install this. Where is it at again? No, not that. I thought I was able to show the whole thing. Now I see this. Yeah, I see that. The arrays. Oh, there you go. Okay, got it. Yeah, so you can see here, that's all the stuff you can actually do with the flipper. You can have the app over here, and then take a look. If you hold on, I'm just gonna put it here. It's gonna be easier to do all of that together. All that. All right, follow me. All right, so now you have, let's say, games that you can take a look, GPIO, but let's say for the easy one, you could go, let's say, RFID, and then just do this, and then start reading. Do I have one here? Hold on, let me have one. No, it's in my car. Yeah, it's in my car. Do I have something else? I'm trying to find out if I have something I can show you real quick without showing you my credit card. Because you can scan credit cards with this. You're not going to get the CVV, but still at the end, I don't want to show you my credit card. So let me see if I have something. Or if you guys want to, I can take 2 seconds, go get it. There's even some other stuff that I'd like to be able to do on stream very soon. It's like the you probably are going to see it a little bit there. Yeah, so that's Wi-Fi Pineapple. Sorry, not Pineapple. Raspberry Pi Zero. There you go. Sorry, I made a mistake there. You got that. I got also a screen that's in this pouch over here. And I want to do a Ponagachi. So it's basically a system that you just set up, you leave it there, and then you go pick it up a little bit later after a while, and then you just collect the goodies, which is basically a bunch of hash that you can crack offline afterwards. Hold on, trying to see. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get my my thing here, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get. What's it called? The one card that I don't mind. I don't mind sharing this one. So you're going to see it. All right, give me a second. Yes, Act 5. Yep. And copy from Act 5. Yeah, is it the Casey? That's what you're talking about. Oh, hold on. There it is. Okay, so talking about that, right? In there, I got the Wi-Fi Pineapple. Sorry, I'm a little bit far, but I should have the Casey's in there too. Oh, this one, that's another good one. The ACRF1 Great Scott Gadgets. Oh, I got the Land Turtle. Where are they? Maybe they're here. Oh, yeah, there you go. So that's the alpha you were talking about a little bit earlier, right? Yeah, it's great. It's great. So that's the alpha. This one you can go promiscuous, and that's the one you can actually de-auth and start listening to. So if you have an actual device that you can use and plug this in, you can actually use it for that. But like what Natasha was saying, this is only for 2.4, the one I have. There's probably others for other specific ones. So I got the rubber ducky. So for those that are not familiar with this, I don't know if you've seen videos or something like that. But if I should to you here, a little bit up front, and then I just remove one part, then let's see if I can remove the other part. There we go. It's coming up. So a device that you thought that would probably be good to go, becomes basically a keyboard, because there's a chip where you can put a script, and as soon as you plug it in, I think it's a keyboard. And then at that point, that's when you can actually take an advantage of that, right? So yeah, so that's basically what it is for this. But where's my key at? There's another pouch here, maybe. There's too many pouches. Ah, there it is. I don't know if that's what you were talking about. I don't see your... Oh, yes, I see your comment there. Okay. So that's basically the Casey. There it is, right? It's like that. And super easy. It does not copy a whole lot of stuff, but this does that easily. And I was able to compromise a company with this. Once you get a card on this device, you can reuse these. Like there's 4 different ones that you can write on, but you can also afterwards put them onto a little key here, like a key tag. And then by putting that on a key tag is just allowing you to be able to replace those ones. And this one you can just like bring wherever you want. So if you get access through this, you can actually like have it there for almost ever, right? Unless it gets damaged or something like that. So that's the KC thing that you were talking about. Yeah, that's that Huck RF1 is something I'm very interested to put more effort. It's been a while I got it. I never really played enough with that. I bought it to be able to actually do a couple things with it and experiment and see how it goes. But then I got a job and it took me away from that. So yeah, there's other ones that comes with screens as well too. I mean, they're probably not the exact same one as this one, but they come with screens, which makes it a little bit easier. And there's a battery too in there too. So if you need to travel with that, that's a little bit easier that way for some folks, right? Nope, I need to put that too. Talking about a hacking device, I I love that. And then the other one that you guys may not have seen yet is it's an older version. So there's a bigger version than this, but that's the Wi-Fi Pineapple, which is this bad boy, right? Looks like a black box. There's not much on it, to be honest, right? So that's what it is. But there is lots of stuff that can be done with it if you know how to use it. It's basically like you can set this up, and you should not. I do not recommend doing it. This is for learning purpose only, right? Everything I'm showing you is for learning purpose only. But there's actual people that could, let's say, set up at a Starbucks and be able to do a man-in-the-middle attack with this. So basically connecting their device with this to Starbucks and then just trying to distribute in another SSID. But because your phone already connected on the Starbucks before, it may connect on the device first, right? And now this is where this device start collecting data and then potentially compromise you. Yeah. So, I mean, this is one way. Maybe more than this. So either way, it's an older version, but I'm quite sure it still works. Yeah, so if you give me a second, hold on. Isn't it considered dangerous that it is be sold in the market flipper? I'm not too sure what you're saying. Like, are you saying that if it's dangerous to sell stuff like the Flipper Zero on the market? Is that what you mean? Because if that's the question that you're asking, I'll be honest with you. I would say yes and no, right? Yes, because obviously having them readily available, it makes it a little bit dangerous for people, right? Around. No, because any hackers that wants to do that's going to be able to do it as well, regardless. So by being able to get access to them and being able to test our own defenses, That's the best way to be able to make sure that you are afloat on the security side, right? So, I mean, if I never had basically this in my hands, all I would know is a theory behind it, right? If I wouldn't have access to a device like the Land Turtle, like this, right? Which is like very much like a an actual device. I mean, it works, but there's also payload on it. Once you plug this in, it trusts it. It thinks this is a LAN and just activates it. So if you put a payload in there, you might be able to go through a bunch of different security devices that are not meant to handle that type of attacks, right? So there's stuff like that that can be very useful. So yeah, give me a second. I'm just gonna go get my card. The one I don't care that you guys see any information about it, and I'm going to show you how easy, at least for that one, it is to be able to get through that. Good? Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll just stop the cam in a second. So I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. All right, I guess I forgot to mute myself. Doesn't matter. All right, so, whoops, it drops down. Stay there. Okay, so I'm going to show you. It's basically a gym membership card. Where did I put it now? Okay, it's there. So it's a gym membership card. I don't think it matters too much if I show it to you, right? And those cards there are to be able to swipe front door to be able to just get through the door, right? So now if I take a look, I'll read your questions in a minute. So if I go back here and then we take a look at that. So which one I was using? Maybe RFID. I can't remember exactly. I haven't used it in a little while now. But if I put it right on top, is it going to work? No, so that's not that. Hold on. Say it's NFC. Quite sure. Read. There you go. Just got it. So if I go and save it, I can do that. I can emulate it. I can do info, go a little bit more in details about what's going on. Can take a look at the raw data as well, right? Or the ASCII. And I can, like, I'm pressing the button down now to be able to go down. I can see all the stuff that's on that card. And if I already tried it, but if I use this and I save it and then emulate, I'm able to get access to my gym membership, right? So that's one thing. If I use the, if I use the KC, I don't know the KC if it works with that one. Let me see if I can get it to work. It's been a while. That one is even longer that I've tried this, and I'm not even sure if there's battery. No, it doesn't have any battery anymore. So I would need to change the battery there. So either way, you saw me how easy it was. It was just a matter, maybe I should have showed you here to make it a little bit easier. I don't have a top-down camera. However, I have the framing to be able to do that. I even have like something, an arm to be able to bring it here. So eventually I'll get that done. But if I do, I hit retry, right? See here, it's reading. And then now I have my card. So it needs to go close, right? So it's not just like something you're going to be able to do on the fly and then just go around, right? But you see here, I just need to, it didn't work. It's not a good try, this one. There you go. So if you put it close enough, it might work. If you have those RFID credit card stuff, like not the brand, what's the name of the other one? I forgot. I'm trying to remember what it is. It's not the brand. It's another company that advertised quite heavily to be able to sell their stuff. So you store all the cards in there, and then you try to use this, and won't work. Obviously, if you try to get something a bit stronger, it might work at that point, right? Like that has an antenna, much tougher, and so on. So yeah, that's what it is with this. I'm gonna read the comments. So is there considered dangerous as sold in the market? Okay, so yes, maybe some people use it. Yeah, having the knowledge is the true restraint. Having the knowledge is the true restraint. Oh, okay, so you restrain yourself from having the knowledge. That's what I think you're saying here, right? What tool did Mr. Robots use to hack a phone company in the last part of the series? That's a good question. I'm not sure who that is. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe look, can I copy your question and then put it in ChatGPT? No. Let's try here. What tool did Mr. Robot use to hack a phone? I should have gone on the on YouTube, because on YouTube I think I can copy it. Phone company in the last part of the series. What does it say? So objective: to gain access to a phone company's internal system by tricking an employee into clicking a malicious link. That's what they've done. That's what they're saying. If you're interested in tools, similar functionalities. Yeah, so it's basically execution. Elliot crafted a phishing attack to target an employee. He sent a fake email with a malicious payload. Once the payload was executed, it gave Elliot the company's internal network. But it's saying here similar tools. It's like Metasploit framework, which is very easy to actually use. Everyone can get it. It's all free. You got Beef as well, the browser exploitation framework for targeting browsers specifically. And then you got Empire, a post-exploitation tool from Windows for Windows and Linux. Yeah, I'm not too sure if there's anything specific other than that. The social engineering toolkit. Is there another one? Is there another one? Kismet, another real-world tool, helped hack into a phone company. Kismet is a wireless network detection, sniffing, and intrusion detection. It is commonly used for analyzing and capturing data packets from Wi-Fi network. Kismet can be used to identify weak point in a network, such as open or misconfigured access point. So I don't know if it's true. I can't remember. It's been a while that I've watched the show, but it could be that. What if there are multiple cards behind the deck that I want to read? It will read one. It might get confused, but most of the time when I was using it, even through a wallet without RFID protection, it was like it was either hard or had an issue. Or either hard or it was reading one of the cards that has the most coming back, right? Or most data coming back. Yeah. No, the hack RF is more for radio frequency, so you're not going to be able to hack those type of stuff like this. It's more like let's say a garage door or something like this that you're going to be able to do that. The same thing could be happening for other things too. So if I show you, basically that's a typical. I'm going to show you here. That's basically a typical Ford truck key fob, right? Nothing special to it. It's F-150 2019. And then if you come and take a look here, like you're not going to see it, but there is numbers, and there's the FCC number in there. And if you take a look at that, you can read a bunch of stuff about those key fobs, and the ACRF could potentially intercept and figure it out exactly what it is. It's the same thing. Like this one was a little bit harder to find the actual code, the frequency, but now if I'm showing you another one that's going to be maybe of interest, or kind of interest, because it's not something we see a lot. So you got, for example, right now a Porsche key, right? It's the same thing almost. Oh, no, sorry. So you pull this one off, you got the key now, right? And right in there somehow it says the frequencies of those key fobs, and in there it says 433 megahertz. Can I see it from here? Yeah, 433 megahertz, and then 01. So that's what it says on it. So you can use again the ARC-RF one to be able to tune it exactly to the right frequency. You might have to adjust the modulation, and then you should be able to pick up. However, I highly not recommend to do it on a car, especially let's say like a Porsche or something like that, because you might break their code, and it might cost them a ton of money. So do it on cars you don't care about. I mean, like when I say you don't care about, it's not because you want to piss off someone, because you should not do that. Good. I should probably take off this comments over here. Okay, I read that. Like RF. Hey, I am currently studying for the CompTIA security certificate. Got any advice? Not sure if I am currently studying it. Reading a massive doc and memorizing important parts of it. Well, it all depends. Look, I got pretty much all the CompTIA certifications at one point. I did let them expire, so probably not good on me, but still I did. And I would say the main thing is like the advice are applicable to me. They might not be applicable to you. So again, take that with a grain of salt and try to do it as best as you can. What I like to do myself is to read the book once. Then after that, do questions. So I have... Okay, so it's not exactly the same, but it's fairly similar. I got here the CISM, the Certified Information Security Manager Study Guide, right? There's a bunch of stuff. This is a Cybex book, right? So if you use it on the Cybex, well, see, if you go online on Cybex book and then you take a look, there's questions. See, compressive online learning environment. So, I mean, like, I don't know if it's accurate 100%, but now you can see here the page there. And basically, if you go to that location, there's test prep. And that's what I like to do. I like to go there. But the thing is, and that's what I do is I read the book, I do the questions. We can't see. Oh, yeah. Thank you. It's getting recurring, I know. There you go. So that's good. So I got this. The certified information security manager. Yes, that's the issue. David, I know you've been good. You've been really good at helping me out in this case, and now we got Natasha as well. So you got the certified information security manager here, right? This is, I think, is getting outdated soon, but this one is a book that's made by, if I take a look here, Cybex, right? If you take a look on the inside, especially in the back, over there is like register and access an online test bank. So what I like to do myself, and again, this is my use case, this is my preference when I study, to be able to get the A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, CYSA Plus, and the CAS Plus. And it's basically, I take that book, I read it, I go through the questions for the prep exams. Once I got an answer wrong, I tried to figure it out what I got wrong, right? And I go read in the book as well, that part. And then I keep going. Sometimes it's just because I keep forgetting and I just need to practice about it, and I don't need to read the whole thing, right? But that was the main thing I was doing, is trying to understand what I got wrong. And if I'm not sure what I got wrong, I need to go read it. So I read it, go back, do those questions again. And I just beat myself with questions. But it's not a brain dump, right? Brain dump, I highly discourage you from taking this. You can be quite happy because you got a cert, but what is your cert worth now? Probably nothing, right? There's people that I interviewed at one point, and I asked them about, what was the question? I asked them about, I think it was like simple questions about subnetting. And I'm like, you got Network Plus, you got Security Plus, and you have no issues, you have no understanding on how to be able to do basic subnetting, right? So if I ask you about what is a /24, you have no idea what a /24 is, you probably never passed your certification. You probably just took a brain dump, or you passed it many years ago, and that's it, right? So the validity of the certifications is diminished at that point. So don't take brain dump. You can take questions that are being taken from books like this, right? Companies that are reputable for not cheating. And at the end of the day, it's going to make a big difference. The other thing too is do those stuff like those events that you're actually doing right now. There's others, anti-siphons, something like that, with Black Hill Security. They do phenomenal, great job as well on their podcast. They also have a Discord server where you can join and take advantage of the live streams as well too. There's a bunch of stuff that can be done. I wouldn't stick just for one thing either. I would try to diversify it too. Get the hands-on, get the book, get the questions, get the webinars, basically. Get a bunch of stuff like that if you can. But the thing is, just don't give up. That's the main thing. Okay. I got... Well, hold on. I'm going to go from the top. David, you need a job with Malvik? Or I think that's what you mean. Good. Yeah. You need to check me over. Make sure that I do my job properly, because I don't see the screen. I watch the camera that's right there. My screen is there, so I don't see everything all the time. What certificate do you have or have you obtained? Like I said, A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, CYSA Plus, CAS Plus. I've obtained as well PCNA, which is a networking course with a company, because I wanted to do home some sort of like enterprise grade with home automation at the same time. So I wanted to integrate the whole thing all together. There's another certification I think I got. Like, I mean, if we just think about cybersecurity, that's the main thing I have. I did get different types of certifications in armed forces, what I was serving, but that's about it. Trying to think if I got anything else. I kind of got fed up a little bit with certifications at one point. I got a couple jobs. Like I work for IBM. Right now I got my own company with Malvik Security. I'm the CEO of the company. I do work with CIO Association of Canada. You can probably see it real quick without giving too much over there. Can I get this? And then I need to change the screen. I guess I should have done that first. And then take this off here. Yeah, sorry, I got OSCP as well. Yes, I got OSCP. I got that December 2021. My screen, is that the right one? I think that's the right one. Share. Okay. So I'm going to go again. If I don't want to share all my stuff with you, well, not that I don't like you, but still, I mean, there's a bunch of people that will be watching. There's 32 right now. Well, I'm streaming to 4 different places at the same time. So that's why there's like 32, 31 people right now. So if I go on the CIO, I can, and then I guess I can go on the CISO division board. Because that's another thing too I'm doing right now. And eventually it adds up, right? Where it's hard to be able to keep up. You can see here, right? I'm there, but I'm also, if you go here, chapter, you got the Ottawa chapter. Can we see the members? Become members, meet the board of director. Can see, I'm right there too. So, right, so I got enough. I'm also part of another group because I was in the Canadian Armed Forces. Tribal Victor. It's a military veteran business network, right? So I'm on the Ottawa chapter board as well there. So without going into too much in depth, I'm not sure. I didn't check yet where I was. But that's another thing too I'm part of. So 3 different organizations plus my company plus teaching at university, Concordia University sometimes, Quebec government, federal government. I got a bunch of different things. I did 11 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, right? I was basically forced medically retired from there after 2 different things, PTSD from Afghanistan, and also kneecap injury while playing hockey. So it's a broken kneecap underneath it, and yeah, 4 surgeries in 2 years, and took me 7 years to be able to walk normally for a little while. So it was hard. But I retired in 2017. That's when I decided to join a college. I did everything I could to be able to get to the college. I was about to go bankrupt because, you know, the house I was talking about in Cold Lake, that's basically was going to be my demise over there at one point. It was extremely tough. So PTSD, all that stuff, it was extremely hard. But at the same time, I got kids, and I was like, I got a wife as well too. How can I survive? So I was like, I need to give it all. I'm about to go bankrupt because my house in Cold Lake is costing me a fortune. It's hard to be able to live. It's hard to. Everything was hard. So yeah, so I decided to give it all. I was like, so cybersecurity, it's nothing. I already had an interest in computers, but I didn't know cybersecurity actually existed. Otherwise, I would have started way earlier. I was an ACOP, aerospace control operator. I was doing basically Wi-Fi. Well, not just that, but like basically Wi-Fi on steroids with the jets, the F-18s pilots, and the AWACS and so on with the KIN and the American Army or American Air Force. So yeah, I gave it all. 2017 when I retired, September. That's when I started my course in cybersecurity. Course was bad. I didn't like it. However, I knew I had to give it all, and that's the reason why I decided to keep going. And I was showing up. I built up my own labs. I built up my own stuff. I was teaching the students at one point about things. I just didn't want to give up because I knew it was bad, right? It was going bad. And then within 8 months of me applying and trying things left and right, IBM reached out to me. They're like, we'd like to hire you. And then they hired me as a contractor. So I went from I would say about $65,000 Canadian, right? With tons of debts, tons of, like, it was hard, to a salary close to 200, right? 200K a year. So that made a big difference. So that's the reason why from that point on, I was like, I cannot give up. And the location I was like, once I get there, I cannot give up again. I need to show that I can deliver. So yeah, so that's the reason why, or that's how I was able to get in there. And I just keep going. And then I think this is what drives me from being able to have my contract right now with the government, drive my company as well right now with malviksecurity.com. We are going to, like I said, to deliver videos for Hack the Box. We are going to deliver also videos and training that are not seen on the consumer side with Immersive Labs. If you guys don't know, Immersive Labs is a little bit different, but they're only B2B. They're not B2C. And B2B means business, right? And the C means consumers. So that's the thing, and that's why I just don't want to give up. Having those things are keeping me alive. Being on the boards and being able to organize these things are making a hell of a difference into my life. So that's how I got in there. I mean, I could probably go even more about like some of the details, but all I can tell you is just you never give up. Never give up. You have to learn to give up sometimes, because there's no reason in hell excuse my language, but why you should keep going and do it. You have to choose your battles, right? But if you can understand when to choose your battle and when to stop, it's going to help you out big time. I want to get it. To just start now. Do it. Do those things. Hack the box. Try hack me. Like, we could probably go and try hack me as well too. Real quick. There's a Advent for Cyber. If I go, is that the right place to go? Yeah, it should be fine. Idea, try hack me. If you want to start, I love Hack the Box. I told you about it, right? Hack the Box for certain people might be a little bit too advanced, even though the beginner side, right? So might be a little bit harder to understand, because you have to build that methodology, which you probably don't have just yet. So you start at a place like this. You start at a place like Try Hack Me. Like, they have the Advent for Cyber right now, my Advent of Cyber right now, which is all free, right? You join in, you get to learn a ton. It's a little bit easier because sometimes it's in the text, the answers, right? So then you insert the text and that's it. You move on to the next step. But if you're able to do it correctly, you should start learning over here. Once you start understanding and having some sort of concept onto some of those key things, right? Key elements. That's when you choose to go to Hack the Box. But you should not spend too much time on pricing. Super affordable, right? It's an American there, so it's about $10.50 if you decide to pay for the whole year. $10.50 a year. Per month for a year, or $14. That's going to be on a monthly basis. That's all US dollars. And then you get access to a bunch of stuff, and you just want to join for free. There's still access to a bunch of things. It's just you're limited onto the amount of things that you're going to be able to learn. So that's another thing too to keep in mind. Again, if I have to recommend you something, is you need to build a passion about it. If you don't have it now, if you build a passion about it, and all you do, like me, you decide that whenever you get back from work, you're doing something else. You get back from work, all you're thinking is that. It's great. If you have a family, as much as possible, try to take care of them, right? First, take care of your family. And then, I mean, like for me, as soon as I was done, my kids were in bed, I started learning again. I was going to bed, I think it was like 2 a.m. Probably not healthy to do that. And then waking up at like 6, and then bring the kids to daycare and go to school, which was an hour away from where I was. So It's not easy, but the advice would be to take one path. It's hard to know just yet, probably, if you're not sure exactly, if you're not in the field, where to go. But take one path and try to move forward with it. It's gonna make a difference. And then as you're moving along, you're trying things left and right, you're gonna be able to thrive. That's for sure, right? You're gonna be able to do good. But it's just the fact that you don't give up. You don't give up, right? I get access right now to enterprise. I get access to other stuff, but at the same time, even though I got advantages, I'm working my butt off to be able to get it done. You can do it. I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, that's right. There's another one too I did not talk about. I mean, some people like him. Some people don't like the type of stuff that the security. There you go. Not everyone like their courses, but I did deal. Like, I know Andrew. Andrew is the one that created the SOC 101 course. Everything is online onto their training. They have an academy. Most of it is all videos, right, that they can learn. So that's another place too that a lot of people start learning, right? Does it require memorization because it's difficult to remember commands? No. Commands are they're difficult, but you saw me, right? If you know a little bit where to go and how a command's been run, obviously if you know it by heart because you've been running it so often, that's great, perfect. It's going to be faster. But if you know where you're heading, yeah, VulnerHub is another good one. But if you know where you're heading, you're going to be doing great, right? Because the more you do it, the more repetitive you do it, it's just easier to be able to get that done. And one thing I was telling you earlier, or I was telling the whole group, is there's stuff sometimes I don't remember. There's things that I got to figure it out. I put it on ChatGPT, I check it out on Google, I try to do all of that stuff, and then eventually I figure it out. You're going to find it. I remembered about S shuttle. I did it when I was doing my OSCP. And that's more than, like, I would say, well, it's between 3 to 4 years ago. I didn't use S shuttle since then. I don't think so. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't think so, though. So it's just to give you an idea about that. So these things are hard, but you need to keep that in mind. So yeah, that's another place to go take a look. Potentially that could be also helpful. Mainly videos. And I watch a couple of them just for the sake of understanding who they are and so on. Like I said, I know Eat Adams, the CEO. I've been connected with him since he had, I think, like 5,000 followers on YouTube. Sorry, on LinkedIn. Now I think he's at over 100,000 followers, right? So there's that. And what's his name? Yeah, Eat Adams. You see him here. And we should be able to see, I think it's towards the bottom. Or maybe not. Okay, let me search for Andrew. Oh, okay, wrong place I'm writing. Andrew. I got it. No, not Andrew Bellini. Not Andrew Bellini. Andrew Prince. There you go. He's here. Can we see? Oh, there it is. So Andrew Prince, I met him at Beside Ottawa. So, and we worked together. He was able to have like something on the table. Can I just go see his LinkedIn real quick? Yeah, I'm not connected. I don't think I'm connected on this one on LinkedIn. Andrew Prince, LinkedIn, Ottawa. There you go. Don't allow. So you can see here, Andrew Prince, TCM Security, and we see some of his all the posts. Oh yeah, that seems good. I'd like to do that at one point. Hardware hacking. that's something I like to touch eventually. Oh, there you go. So see, there is this. You can see here the laptops at beside Ottawa, but that's the one. There you go. That was the one with TCM security on it. And that's Andrew Prince that actually did that. And yeah, as you can see here. Good, good. Oh, well, it looks like I might be logged on that one. At least nothing else showed up, so we're good. Perfect. Oh, he was right there. I didn't realize it. Yeah, $30 a month. That's quite a decent price. These guys are a little bit different, right? So when you do TCM security, you do the courses and then trying to figure it out how to install all those machines, create your own labs, and then eventually you keep going and then do the exercises. So that's another way to actually do that, which is not everybody that actually does it. Hack the Box is a little bit different. They're going to give you text to read. Then after that, they give you hands-on experience with machines that are there. This one, you need to build yourself. I would say in general, you need to build it yourself. They may have some stuff, let's say packet capture with Wireshark, and then now you need to find information out of it. So that's another thing. Good. Good. Now it's getting late. 11. I mean, do you guys have any other questions? I mean, it's been phenomenal. It's quite rare I do stream this long, but it's great to see the interest and see the conversation. I love that. I'll give it a couple seconds. All right, I think it's good. So for those that actually won, I got 2 replies so far from David T and Thunderstruck. So I will provide the voucher as soon as I can. Probably, like it's getting late, probably tomorrow, sometimes during the day. So thank you very much for reaching out to me. Natasha, just make sure that you reach out to me directly on the Discord server. I shared it a little bit earlier. Maybe I should share it again just to make sure that you have it there. If you're not already joined, make sure that you contact me directly there, Malvik, right? That's my name. I'm the admin there of the meetup. So make sure you contact me there, and I can give you your voucher. Give me a second. Yeah, there, over here. Okay, so make sure you join Discord over here to contact me. So it says, should I delve into tools or just learn superficially? Oh no, you should learn the tools. If you learn superficially, it's just like a glimpse, understanding what the tool does, and then do it. Yeah, do it. That's what you got to do. Understanding the concept of it is good, but sometimes you understand much better how it is by doing it. It's the same thing as SQL injection. Same thing as what I was talking about earlier when we talk about the fact that someone's going to say it's a GPO that will stop an SQL injection. That's not true. So why I know that's because I did it, right? Obviously, I work with those type of tools too, so it kind of help out too. But at the same time, I did the experimentation with SQL injection or even like cross-site scripting. Have you done server-side template injection? Right? Have you done? There's so many. There's so many out there. So it was great, Natasha. Just make sure you stay tuned. I will try tomorrow. I have a little bit of time, but I'm going to try to post on the meetup page. I mean, it's been scrolling at the bottom of the page for quite some time right now. So just make sure you join over there. I'm going to also post it on my LinkedIn channel. So maybe I should also share my LinkedIn there. Hold on. I'm going to go get my LinkedIn and then just share it there. So make sure if you want to, guys, you can connect with me there on LinkedIn. There we go. So that's my LinkedIn profile. So if you want to connect with me, perfect. There is also the Meetup page, the Discord server. I know it's a lot of different places, but I have to also abide by some of the rules that are done by Hack the Box to make sure that it's done properly. And meetup.com is the way for them to be able to manage the whole thing. So that's what's good about it. But at the same time, I mean, we have to go with that. So this is good. Perfect. All right, good. So make sure to reach out to me. It was a pleasure chatting with you. It was a pleasure demonstrating this box. I hope most of you liked it. If you didn't like it, this video is going to be up for replay. So make sure that you go directly on the YouTube server, YouTube channel, and then listen to it. Or I don't think it's going to be anywhere else for now. I'm on Twitch as well too. So if there's anything, that's sometimes I'm going to start streaming over there as well. So that could be interesting to get you there. So yeah, good. Thank you very much again, and have a good night. Cheers.